Theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with the mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it is a super late night edition of Julie B Deep Dives, and I'm coming to you much later than planned. Sorry about that. Sorry about the multiple postponements. It was supposed to be last night at a particular time, and then I literally just was so exhausted from being in so much pain that I fell asleep. I literally fell asleep and slept through what should have been the start of my own live stream. So sorry about that. Sometimes it just gets the better of me, you know, the exhaustion from being in constant pain. It's no joke. Just imagine a life where you don't remember what it's like to not be in pain, and you know how exhausting that would be. It's very, very tiring. So that's what happened last night. And then tonight Karl and I were down at the lake. There's a lake about half an hour away from home. And it turned out to be pretty nice over there. I wasn't expecting everything to be open, but they just opened stuff for the season. We just usually go over there and hang out and, you know, look at the water. But they had the ice cream shop open, and it was so nice. We stayed longer than we planned. It was just a nice diversion from, you know, the usual day-to-day grind of my painful walks and then rest and walk and rest, and it never ends. So that's why we were late. But I figured, you know what? Any live is better than none. I hate that I've gone a few weeks in season 4 of From where I've only done one live stream. That's absurd. How could I possibly let that happen? From is my #1 show. It's my favorite show. And somehow during this amazing new season, I've let a few weeks go by where I only did one live stream, and that is just unacceptable. So I couldn't let this week go by without at least doing a little bit of a live stream. Obviously, it's not going to be as long as usual. It's not going to be 7 hours, but we can at least do something. It's better than nothing after all. And we didn't get a new episode of From tonight, so that sucks. So at least we can talk some From. We can talk some theories and predictions. And if anyone wants to join the panel and share your theories, you can do that. I'll put the link in the chat tonight, and you can do that if you wish to. I know I've said that multiple times before, and then lost track of time and wound up not even doing it. But I'll put the link in this time if anyone wants to join and share your idea. We'll treat it like a phone line, where you can join the panel, share your idea, your theory, just as if you're calling a phone number, like you're calling into Tony's show. I wish I had a phone number, but I don't know how to get that. You have to get a special phone number and through Google Voice, and like last time I tried to do it, I couldn't figure it out. It was not available in Rhode Island. And now I think the last time I checked, now they're charging money for it. So I was like, no, forget that. I already paid too much money to run this channel that I can't afford, so I'm not paying for a phone number on top of it. So, oh well, we'll just have to settle for the StreamYard link. Anyway, so let's say hi to you awesome people. Those of you who actually showed up at this crazy hour of 2:05 a.m. Eastern. It's only 1:05 where I am. I'm on Central Time, so it's not quite as crazy, but I think this might be the latest I ever started a stream. I probably got close to 2 a.m. Eastern a few times, but not quite hit that mark. So might have set a new record tonight unintentionally. Hey, Bill Chill, nice to see you. Hey, Amy, Pixie Vine TV. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone is having a good Saturday night, even though it's a very sad, Fromless Saturday night. No new From tonight. But we could still From all over the place, just no new From. No new From for us as we are Froming tonight, but I'm okay with it personally. Hey, Recon, nice to see you. I'm okay with having the break. I'm probably the only one in the Fromily who is not upset about having a week off, because I've been way behind on my channel content lately, so I'm okay. I needed time to catch up anyway. I just finished writing the script and preparing to record a theory video. It's going to be on the Nightmare Realm. I'll get into that in a minute. First I'll say hi to the rest of you guys, so I'm not behind the chat. For once, I'm going to try to be up to date with the chat since there are less of you tonight, so it should be easier to do. Hey, Heather TV, nice to see you. Hey, Knick-Knack Studios, no worries, Julie B, but I will say I'd rather watch your live stream than 24/7 unsolved mysteries. Oh, well, yeah, that's great. I'm glad you'd rather come here. I've never seen Unsolved Mysteries, actually. Never watched that. Bill says just started watching The Burrows, Netflix. It has a town, a spider creature, and a mystery. It looks like the Duffer Brothers are trying to get some From attention. The Duffer Brothers are behind this? No way. I'm gonna take note of that and look into it. I mean, they did us Stranger Things fans really dirty, so I don't know if I trust the Duffer Brothers ever again. But I really like that concept, so I can't help but give it a chance. That's an interesting concept. Let's see, the Burrows. An otherworldly threat and a seemingly picturesque retirement community. A group of unlikely heroes must band together to stop an otherworldly threat from stealing the one thing they don't have: time. That sounds good to me. I like it. Let's see, what's the genre of this? Science fiction. All right. Sign me up for that. That sounds cool. I've been watching Widow's Bay and enjoying that. Widow's Bay has been good so far. I'm caught up on it. I've watched all 5 episodes. I would have covered Widow's Bay if I wasn't so busy with From, but as long as From is on, I'm not covering any other show until that's over. I don't have time for anything but From when From is on. David says I'm going to start it tonight. Hey, David. Amy, just finishing some food. Oh, finishing making some food. Mac and cheese and sausage. Oh, the mac and cheese sounds good. I love mac and cheese. That's one of my favorite foods since I was a little kid and always will be. I make some white cheddar mac and cheese is my favorite kind. That's a recipe I found online. Anybody can find it easily if you just look up Cabot sharp white cheddar mac and cheese. It's on their official website for Cabot cheese, and that's the recipe I use, and it's amazing. Hey, anything for freedom. Welcome. It's your lunch dinner. Wow. Well, I hope you're eating enough. It's a pretty late one, but I eat at strange times too. Sometimes I eat dinner in the middle of the night too. Hey, Distellar Napster. Welcome. Hey, Jen the teacher. Nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Benjamin. Welcome. Hey, Daryl. Nice to see you, Daryl. And Kim. Nice to see you, Kim. Let's see. Who else is here? Yes, life be lifing. Indeed. Life be lifing too much these days. Way too much. Life needs to lay off lifing a little bit. It's really packing a punch for me this year. No need to say sorry, Julie. Thank you. Thanks, Daryl. So glad you were here. Aw, thanks, Jen. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that. At this really strange time. No need to apologize. Thank you. I always feel like I have to apologize for everything. My whole life I've been like this. Do not apologize to us. We love you. Aw, thank you. Oh, I love you guys too. You're amazing. You're my chosen family, my found family. That's why you guys are the best. Better than my actual family, except for my mom. She's a super mom, but everyone else, forget it. At least the family I have left anyway. Let's see. Still afternoon for me, so not that late. No, okay. I forget. Recon, you're international, so it's not late for you. I've recently just found a bunch of new international people who've joined our little community. So yes, the wait for season 5 will be one less week. Indeed, one week to go. Daryl says, I believe Donna is so dead, and her not dying at the cabins explains why she didn't have a heart-to-heart with Boyd in episode 4. So you still think Donna is going to die? Okay. Yeah, it does seem like before Donna dies, she needs to have a heart-to-heart with Boyd. That's a really good point. She needs to have one more heart-to-heart with Boyd. They're close friends, and it would feel pretty incomplete, her story arc, if she didn't have one last talk with him. That's an excellent point right there. I like that. Yeah. So she could still die. This could be like, oh, okay, we think that she's safe now because she almost died. So we let our guard down. Oh, haha, they faked us out. They heavy-handedly foreshadowed her death, and then they didn't kill her, and we think she's safe, and then oops, no, they kill her later. So that I could see that happening. Yeah, actually, they're tricky like that, these From writers. I like that. Let's see. So Daryl doesn't mind about the wait either. We'll have to wait for season 5 anyway when season 4 finishes. That's right. So hey, why not? And now we have one less week to wait for season 5. So that's a glass half full way of looking at it. Hey, Annie, nice to see you. Annie in the house. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. Stranger Things season 1 was the best, Ben. Absolutely. Hey, all my lovely people, and we meet again. Yes, indeed. And thank you all for the lovely, kind comments that you've been making on my YouTube community posts. I really appreciate all of the compassion and empathy from everyone who's commented, and I need that. That's, I need all the support I can get to get through this life that I'm living. So it really helps, trust me. Daryl says Widow's Bay and the Burrows shows to watch. Yes. Well, I definitely can vouch for Widow's Bay. I'm enjoying it a lot so far. Bill likes it too. Every episode has been better than the last. I will say I felt like episode 4 was a little bit overhyped. I kept hearing episode 4. Oh, wow, it's so great. And I liked it, but I didn't think episode 4 was any better than the other episodes. And if anything, I wanted more of Tom, and there was like no Tom in that episode. So I don't know. I just thought episode 4 was a little overhyped. But other than that, I'm really loving that show. But yeah, there's no way it's anywhere near as good as From. I'm with you, Daryl. Yeah, it's not as good as the beginning of season 1 of From. We'll see where it goes. Annie says, every time I try to watch a new show, I fall asleep. Try Widow's Bay 3 times. I'm 10 minutes in. We'll try again. Maybe not. Meh. Yeah, it's not nearly as like bombshell as From. Obviously, From hooks you within the first 5 minutes. You're done. You're all in. Widow's Bay is more of a slow burn. You've got to have some patience that some weird shit is going to happen, and just hang in there. It's not going to grab you from the first couple scenes. That's a big difference between Widow's Bay and From. And it's just not as wild of a show. The horror in it is not as intense, not even close to From. Let's see. Widow's Bay and The Terror, Devil in Silver are really good too. Oh, I haven't heard of that, Jen. I'll make a note of that too. The Terror, Devil in Silver. It's a complicated title. Makes it sound like The Terror is already a show, and that's like a new season of it, or a spin-off of that. I wonder. I feel like I've heard of The Terror before. Like there have been other incarnations of it. Yeah, it seems like these kind of creepy shows she'll be on in the fall, Annie. I can see that. In bright sunlight, it's kind of weird. Daryl says Randall definitely or likely gonna die because of that RIP decoration, and he's getting lots of screen time this season. Yes, that jumped out at me too, and I've been saying this from season 3 on, that I think Randall is either, well, I said he's gonna die, and now I think either he's gonna die or it's gonna be a fate worse than death for him. Because he did also talk about how there are things worse than dying in this place. Like what happened to Martin, for example. The worms keeping him from being able to die, torturing him. So it could be even worse than that. So if you go back to my videos and my streams from season 3, I've been saying I think Randall is going to die because of all the foreshadowing in season 3, all of his dread about the ruins, how he's never going back to those ruins, and it feels wrong being there, and he is never afraid of shit. He's never been so afraid of anything, and all of a sudden he's terrified of the ruins. I think that dread is going to pay off eventually, and now we've got this weird creepy foreshadowing. The last time we saw somebody positioned with this stuff behind him, he died that very night. It was Mr. Liu, Kenny's dad. He was sitting in the home, not the home. It was kind of like the nursing home, but it's the clinic. I'll go back and show you. I'll go back to the exact image. Kenny's dad was, let me hide that one. Kenny's dad was sitting in front of that same thing, and he died that very night. That's when Sarah left the door open. Where is the episode? It's right here. So he was sitting there playing chess, and I believe that's when When was it? No, it was later that night. He was playing chess with the nurse in the basement, and he was sitting there with those things behind him. Let's see. Where is it? I'm gonna find that. Where is it? I think it was it this episode or was it the next episode where they got him? I think it was the next one because it was nighttime. So it was episode 2. Yeah, it was episode 2. Okay. Yeah, that's the one where Kenny's dad died. It's hard to remember because episodes 1 and 2 were like a 2-parter. Yeah, right here. This was the scene. He's down in the basement. Now, they weren't in a sharp focus as the Randall scene, but they're right there behind him as he's playing chess. And a lot of people noted that at the time as, there it is. Now it's in clearer focus. Foreshadowing. It was clear foreshadowing that he was going to die. I've never seen, to my recollection, I have never seen anybody else be positioned right in front of this stuff before, other than him. And he died that very night. So Randall's going to die. I mean, it's not a certainty, but it's more foreshadowing to add to the already mounting foreshadowing ever since season 3 with his dread about going to the ruins. He's not as nervous about it as he was then, I will say. Like he was a bit more willing to go with Julie now, but I think that's just his hero streak because Julie wants to save her dad and Randall cannot resist being the hero. And somebody needs saving. Okay, I'm going to put my life on the line then. You know, he's always been like that. If someone is in trouble, doesn't matter if it's a stranger, Randall rides to the rescue. Dime store Chris Evans rides to the rescue. So ever since Julie's dad needs saving and Julie says this can do it, he's been pretty willing to go there, you know, but I still say all of his dread about how it feels wrong being there, that mortal dread that he felt in season 3 was setting up that he's going to die and it's going to be somehow related to the ruins and story walking, I think. So that's what I'm expecting. And how is that going to work? Well, he can't story walk. So that's a wrinkle. So let's go back to Randall now. So that's a wrinkle, the fact that Randall can't story walk. So then how does this work? Because my original prediction was that he was going to story walk with Julie into the ruins, you know, and die somehow. But since he can't, because he walked in there, well, I guess there is always the possibility that he could potentially hold hands with Julie and walk in and maybe there's a different outcome and they both could story walk. Or more likely, I think Julie will find a way to physically do it, not by going into a seizure, and Randall will go with her. Yeah, because Julie needs to do that anyway. These seizures can't be good for her brain. Randall made some good points in this scene. He was like, you're frying your brain. I just watched you have 2 seizures in 2 days. And it needs to stop. And let's not forget that Boyd traveled into the ruins without any seizures. He went in via the faraway tree, and then he went in via the torch. He got back in that way. And if he could do it, why can't Julie? I think Julie just needs the right object. And she should be able to get into the ruins, and Randall can too, and he can die that way. So, let me find that shot. Oh, here it is. Let's see. So there it is. There's Randall's harbinger of death. I'll just leave it on that for now. So, I don't know. Can anyone in the chat remember another example of someone who was standing or sitting in front of this area and didn't die? Because I can't remember any other example of this happening. I think this is the only one. So let me go over to the chat and see what you guys are saying here. Oh, we've got 49 people. Awesome. Please hit the like button. And tell YouTube that way by hitting that like. It tells YouTube to show this channel to more people so they can find the channel and subscribe. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subscribers. I already hit 2,000. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4. So please hit that like button. It really makes a difference. Hey, Jason, nice to see you. Came home from work without an episode drop. I'm so sad. I know, it sucks. I knew it was coming, because I hear things and I had to be on top of it because I had to know, am I doing a watch party tonight or not? We do watch parties in the Discord. And so I knew it wasn't going to happen. So it sucks. And if you're not in the Discord, I'll put the link in the chat, or check the description of this live stream, and the link to the Discord is also in there. We do watch parties every Saturday night, and I know I had said I would probably do a movie watch party tonight to make up for the fact that there's no From, and sorry that we didn't wind up doing that. I just really wound up needing to get out of the house for a while, and then move to the live stream from last night to tonight because of my pain and exhaustion. So sorry about that. But at least we're doing a live, albeit a late one. I know it's a bummer that there was no new From tonight for a lot of people. But hey, this way the season won't go by as fast. Once it's over, we just have to wait, and we'll have a long wait. Not as long as between seasons 3 and 4, but I know for a lot of people it's going to feel like a long time. Anyway, hi Sandy, nice to see you. Oh, still in the hospital with hubby. Oh, hope you are feeling better, Julie. Thank you. I hope everything is all right. Sorry that you're in the hospital, but I hope I don't know who it's for. If it's for your husband, I hope he gets well soon. Sounds like it is. I hope he gets well soon and gets out of there. Nobody likes being in a hospital. That is always a miserable, stressful time. So make sure you make plenty of time for self-care for yourself too, and take care. David says good news and bad news about hell. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, from Severance. Yep. I remember that quote. I love Severance. Yeah, Severance is my second favorite show that's currently on TV. Let's see. Hey, Sprinkle Kitty, nice to see you. I don't think YouTube told me you were streaming. A lot of people say they don't get the notifications, and I don't know why. You're not the only one. So a really good idea is to join the Discord if you're not in the Discord, because I also tag everybody in there. I let everybody in Discord know, hey, I'm going to be streaming, and the Discord notifications are much more reliable. So I would recommend joining the Discord. Also, just try enabling all notifications. Tap the bell for all notifications on YouTube. But Discord is a good way to make sure you're in the loop, because of my pain condition, which is really disabling, sometimes I have to postpone my live streams a lot. So the time will be all kinds of random, like tonight. I had to move it multiple times, and last night I moved it. So the Discord is the way that I finally update everybody. Like, yep, I'm finally going live right now. So if you're in there, that'll help a lot. Oh, and thanks, Michael. I see Michael also posted it. Thank you for sharing the link to the Discord. I'm also going to pin it to the top of the chat right now. So now it's there for anybody to find easily. And that's where we do our watch parties, and you can share your theories in there and let us know what you think. Sometimes you have theories that are way too long to share in the live chat. I know I do. So you can put them in the Discord, tag me, and I'll do my best to check it as much as I can. And sometimes I don't see things right away, but I'm trying to keep an eye on Discord a bit more. And then if you have a theory you want me to like, try to let me know in the live chat too. If you have a theory that you want me to look at in the Discord, let me know in the live chat and tag me in Discord, and I'll look at it and discuss it on the live if you want. So Jen thinks that Donna dies later this season. Yeah, you guys, I think so too. Daryl says top 4 characters who I think will die are Donna, Randall, Henry, and Marielle. I would say Donna, Randall, and I hate to say it, but maybe Victor. I know that's going to get a lot of people upset, but I have to say that Victor is a possibility because he's gaining way too much knowledge, and I think if they're going to try to get him to remember more about the Man in Yellow, and if he remembers that the Man in Yellow was a shapeshifter, he's done. Done. There's no way Sophia will let that pass. Knowledge comes at a cost. If he shares that the Man in Yellow was a shapeshifter, then he could potentially cast suspicion on Sophia. And like, he might not be smart enough to figure it out, but all he has to do is share that information with others, and they're going to start figuring it out. So I'm worried about Victor. But Donna and Randall are my top 2. I hope you're right about Marielle, Daryl, because I really wouldn't mind seeing her go. Daryl, I loved episode 2 of Widow's Bay too, actually. I think that's the one, yes, that's the one where he stayed in the haunted hotel. That was my favorite too. That was actually, it was creepy, but also pretty funny too. I stayed in a hotel, in a New England hotel that had a reputation for being haunted once. I didn't experience anything paranormal though. Sorry, it was kind of boring, the outcome, but I thought it was still fun. Really old New England inn. So I enjoy that Widow's Bay is set in New England because I'm a native New Englander, so I just find that fun. Hey, Brandon, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well tonight. Hey, Epifactor, welcome. I haven't seen you before. There's a scene of Randall holding his belt exactly like the cowboy monster. No, oh yes, I saw that. Yes, he held onto his belt with Julie at the ruins. She was standing there holding it just like cowboy monster. You're right. I hadn't thought of that till now, but you're right about that. And if anyone's new here, please consider subscribing so I can try to reach 3K, my next goal. So David says fears manifesting equivalent to the assembly of peaceful, wrathful deities in a bardo. They are projections of the mind that need to be recognized. Tabitha recognized them, and the fire mitts walked away. I love that we've christened one of the monsters, one of the doll monsters, fire mitts. That is hilarious. Yes, so that's the topic. This is touching on the topic of my new theory video, which, like I said earlier, is going to be on the nightmare realm. And I think we have just gotten the biggest piece of evidence ever that they are in a nightmare realm, meaning a place where nightmares can manifest into reality. The dolls came from a man's nightmare when Tabitha was a child in a previous life. I mean, it doesn't get more clear than this. The guy's nightmare, she said that he threw her dolls in the lake because they gave him nightmares, and when he died, the man's nightmares came out of the lake. So he must have had a nightmare about her dolls being gigantic and attacking people, and they came out of the lake like that. So I mean, I've believed it, and I've been saying it since season 3 that I think they're in a nightmare realm where nightmares can manifest things into reality, but not only nightmares, dreams, meaning positive dreams. And I think hopes and fears. So we already had the example that Sarah brought up where she thought that Nathan's fear of cicadas manifested into the cicada entity. And I think that actually happened. I believe that now that this has been confirmed, this nightmare of the guys, the guy with the dolls, I think I'm convinced now. I am convinced that Sarah's brother Nathan manifested the cicada entity when he died. So I think his fear manifested that. So fears nightmares, hopes, and dreams. Those are all counterpoints to each other. Fears versus hopes, nightmares versus dreams. All four of them can manifest real things in this place. That's basically the thesis of my new theory video, and I bring up examples of all four things. And in the case of hopes, I think Tian Shen, her dying hope about planting new crops in a new place, manifested the new crops, because she specifically said that. If you go back and watch season 3 episode 1, she said, we plant new crops in a new place because their soil was poisoned. And then she died that night, and the very next morning Jim and Kenny found new crops in a new place out in the woods by the settlement. I believe her hope manifested it there. And I bring up some other points, and I think Fatima's hope that the Gollum she is creating will be their champion is going to manifest into reality, because she has always been a beacon of hope for Colony House. Since she's such a hopeful figure, I think that her hope will be so powerful, it will be able to manifest the Gollum into reality without her even having to die. I don't think Fatima's going to die. I think if your hope is powerful enough, or if you have a vivid enough imagination like a child, then you could manifest things without having to die to do it. Because Nathan died. Sarah thought that, maybe you have to die, and when you die, your fear becomes part of the forest. And that guy Tabitha knew died, and then the dolls, the nightmare dolls, came out of the lake. But I don't think you necessarily have to die. It depends on how strong your hope or your fear is and how vivid your imagination is. So children could be particularly powerful in manifesting things and not having to die in order to do it. I think Victor is someone who has manifested certain things. And I bring that up in the video too. I won't go through everything I say in the video, or there's no reason for you to watch it, right? So, but watch out for my video. I'm planning on releasing that, I think, tomorrow morning. I've heard Sundays are not good days to release new videos on YouTube, but I really need to get this thing out. So I think I'm going to do it anyway and release it Sunday morning, which is one reason why I can't be here all night, because I still have to record the vocals for it and make the thumbnail really quick. Anyway, let me get back to the chat and catch up here. Hey, Chris. He says, hey, Julie, what's up? God bless, and stop saying sorry on your posts. You owe no apology. Thank you very much for saying that. I really need to hear that right now, because I feel like I have to apologize all the time. I feel like I'm a mess, so I appreciate that. Thank you. The Terror is an anthology. I thought so, Jen. Devil in Silver is the 3rd season. I think there was one season about a ship that got lost at sea or something. And I heard that was a really good season, and I always meant to check it out, but never got around to it. It's a period piece. It takes place in the 1800s. So now that reminds me to look into that. It's on AMC, right? Okay. Cool. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. I'll check that out. The Stellar Napster, Widow's Bay, I wouldn't say it's similar to Wayward Pines. No. Wayward Pines is really wild. Widow's Bay, expect a milder watch, is what I would say. The stuff that happens on From and Wayward Pines is really out there and over the top, crazy, shocking. Widow's Bay is much milder, the kind of creepy stuff that happens. But I think it's an enjoyable watch regardless. So I would recommend it. Just don't expect to be shocked like you are with From and with Wayward Pines. Gerald says, I don't like the characters in Widow's Bay as much as I was liking the characters in the first 5 episodes of From. I agree with you. I think the characters are not as strong, but I do really love, I love the guy who's sort of the town nut who is warning everybody about the haunted places. His name is Wick. I really like him. And I like Tom, the protagonist. I like Tom a lot. The mayor. He's very likable. I enjoy him. But yeah, the other characters, there isn't a really strong ensemble for that show. let's see. So if Randall dies, then Julie is going to be so silly on her own story walking. Yeah, Annie, she needs Randall, so that's going to be a challenge. I don't know who's going to be her story walking buddy when Randall dies. Brandon says, I've seen some what if pre-stories from not canon, but interesting. Oh, okay. I bet that is interesting. Bill says we are figuring out the show too much. The showrunners took this week to change all the plot and reveals. Yeah, maybe so. They're like, oh shit, they're on to us. Now we got to rewrite the whole damn thing. Start from square one. I honestly think that we are kind of onto them too much. We're too good. um let's see. Did we answer Distiller Napsters? Yeah, I did. I answered that one. Okay. Let's see. Brandon says one can story walk. What can Randall do? Remember, he survived the monsters with the talisman. Yeah, he did. Yeah, it would be interesting if Randall and Marielle each have their own special power, right? Marielle seems to have deep insight about this place now. She's able to hear the screaming of everyone who's ever suffered there, and she now understands that there's an ancient evil there that is feeding on their suffering and will never stop, and they never will escape even when they die. Poor Marielle. That's a horrible thing to have to learn. Let's see. Oh, House of the Dragon came out. I didn't know that. To not compete against House of the Dragon. Huh. Thanks, Michael. I appreciate the well wishes. With the like button, thank you so much. Hey, Kaiser Bowl. Nice to see you. Yes, there are only 47 people in town, so Sarah had to kill Jade's friend upon arrival. You think maybe to meet a quota? It's possible, maybe. But right now, does Sophia really count? Right now, by my count, there are only 46 people plus Sophia. Because Kenny doesn't know. When Kenny said there were 47 people, he didn't know Jim was dead. And then the priest came in to replace Jim, but he died. And so that makes 46 by my count, plus Sophia. So, I don't know. Let's see. Recon says if someone has a seizure, does that mean they're story walking? No, I don't think so. I think that most of the time the seizures are just because that person is receiving a message from a supernatural entity and it's overwhelming their body. Like Elgin had a seizure when he got to town right after he had the premonition dream he said that the boy in white, he later remembered what was in it. He said the boy in white recited the cicada nursery rhyme to him in the dream. And then he went into the seizure. It overwhelmed him receiving this premonition dream. Ethan got a dream that I think was also given to him by the boy in white, where he saw the lake of tears and a spider coming down from the ceiling. It was clearly a vision given to him by somebody, and I think boy in white, and it overwhelmed his body. Sarah, she went to the bottle tree, and I think all the voices of the dead were screaming in her head at the same time. I think that some of the voices in her head are spirits of the dead, and they overwhelm her when they all talk to her at once. And so she went into a seizure there at the bottle tree. I believe the spirits are connected to the bottles in the tree, which fits with Southern lore about bottle trees. And so I think that's why she went into a seizure there, because she screamed, I hear them. And then the camera panned up really fast to the bottles in the tree while she said that, as if to imply that the voices are tied to the bottles, meaning the spirits are tied to the bottles. And then the other seizure she had was when she got the kill the boy message on her arm. That's another message somebody sent her, and I would say now it was probably the man in yellow entity that did it, wanting to take out Ethan because he has too much insight about quests. I think the man in yellow wants Ethan dead because he's too insightful and he's there to be a guide to the adults about the quest that they're on. So anyway, those are all the seizures I can remember. I think Julie is the only one who goes into seizures because she's story walking. That's my opinion. Yeah, that's true, Bill. I do often hit 100 viewers around 3 a.m. So I think we get those international people floating in. That's true. That's true, Bill. Yeah, Daryl, looks like Patty will spread info about Tabitha remembering Fromland. Yeah, I would be a bit concerned about our friend Patty here. She already sounded kind of belligerent toward Tabitha. Here she is mid scream. But she was like, "Hey, how do you remember all that? Or how do you know all that?" When Tabitha was like talking about the dolls, and this woman, she was like, "Yeah, right here." She made a face and she was like, "How do you know all that?" And so I think she's going to be a problem. They're going to start turning on Tabitha and Jade, just like they've done before. Once they find out where they came from, their origins. The boy in white, or not the boy in white, the young Jade told Jade that first they blame you, then they hate you, and then they kill you. And he said with Tabitha, it's worse. So, yikes. What does that mean? What does that mean that it's worse? I saw somebody in a chat say that it could mean that it's worse for her because she has children there, and the children are also potential victims, and that could be what it is. That sucks, Recon. You could have made a watch party for the first time and no episode. Well, hope that you can make it next week. We'll do it next week as always. Daryl says the ancient evil had to have been there before the sacrifice because the ancient evil caused the sacrifice to happen. Right. Yes. I think so. I think it is ancient, like Marielle says, and so it's probably been there. It's probably existed for thousands of years to be ancient. And so I think it existed before the creation of Fromland. And who knows, maybe it created other horrible places. Maybe we could get a spinoff of some other horrible place created by that ancient evil entity before Fromland, predating it. Samuel, hey Samuel, you don't got to make up for anything. Just take care of yourself, Julie. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. All of the messages of support. I cannot thank you all enough for your understanding and compassion, because I'm really too hard on myself, and I always have been. So I appreciate that you're so flexible and don't mind that my lives are all over the place, because my life is all over the place due to my pain. Daryl says the wait for season 5 is going to be like 7 months less than the wait for season 4. Wow, that's quite a bit, actually. To be honest, I don't mind waiting a long time, because what's going to happen when season 5 is over? What happens to the family? I don't want to lose this community. I don't want to rush it. I really don't want this to be over anytime soon. As far as I'm concerned, they can take a couple of years making season 5, and I'd be okay with it, because we could all theory craft. All of us diehard crazies, we could be here every week theory crafting for the next couple years if they wanted to take that long. I don't want it to end. I don't want to lose everyone. Yeah, we could stay together and watch some of the same shows. A lot of us like Severance and some other things like that, but it's not going to be the same. It'll never be the same. And not all of us will be into, shows like that. I should do a poll and ask, like, how many of you like this show or that show? Because we've got to start preparing for the end of From and what we're going to do after, because this isn't just a a typical show for us. This is a fandom that has become a family. It's called Fromily for a very apropos reason, because it is like family. So we have to figure out how we're going to stay together as a community. And when I say that, I mean everyone, like all the different channels. So many of you guys, I see you following other From channels too. It's one big community following multiple creators, and we've all got to stay together somehow. So we've got to start figuring out like what shows we're going to watch and like prepare for this in advance. What shows we all like and can watch together when this ends. Daryl says the actor who plays Boyd recently said that they are going to start filming in a month. Wow. This is really happening too fast for me. I don't like it. I don't want this to be over. Brandon says, hello, sorry if my text may be broken. I'm writing from my massage chair. Pain is real. I'm so sorry, Brandon. I hope you feel better. I hope you get some relief from your pain. Maybe that chair helps a lot. I hope it does. I know, no matter what you do, you can have the most state-of-the-art things to try to relieve your pain, but it's a lot of times it's still not going to go completely away. I know it doesn't for me. So I hope that helps you. I've been trying to like a zero gravity position for myself, and it does give me a little relief, but nothing's going to take it all away. So feel better, Brandon. And don't worry, please don't, like other people have said, not to apologize for me. Please don't apologize for your texts being off in any way or typos because of pain. Please never apologize for that. There's no need to apologize for anything. Bill says chopping block is growing for season 4 deaths. Seriously, like, we have to prepare ourselves for major characters to die now. New people are going to be on the table who would not have been considered to die, to be killed off before, because they're going into their final season. So expect shocking deaths. They didn't want to kill off a lot of people before, so there's been way too much plot armor, I think, but be prepared. I think season 4 is going to bring some shocking deaths. I expect that to happen. I expect some of the plot armor to come off. The people who I would say are completely safe, though, are Jade, Tabitha, Boyd, and probably Julie and Ethan. I don't think they're going anywhere either. 100% safe. Kaiser says production starts as soon as a show gets greenlit. So production started a month or so ago. Wow. Well, it is moving fast. So Bill thinks Ellis, Henry, Victor, Donna, and all red shirts are going to go. So it's okay. Someone else other than me says Victor. I really don't want to be right. I hope I'm wrong. Oh, Brandon says Victor is the #1 target too. I'm telling you, I don't want to be right, but we have to put 2 and 2 together and do the math. Who is the one acquiring the most knowledge this season? And knowledge comes at a cost is the motto of the evil entity. Victor is digging up knowledge, literally digging it up out of the ground via those pictures of the man in yellow and showing them to people. The man in yellow eating people. And this is not good. If he remembers that, if he ever knew that the man in yellow is a shapeshifter and remembers, then he's as good as dead. And I think that would be the most brutal emotional death they could possibly do. I really don't want that to happen, but I think it's likely. Jen says, I think Christy dies this season. It could be. I could see that. I think we've got one too many medic type people in town. We're due to get one of them, removed. We've got Christy and Marielle who can administer medical care now, and I feel like that's a bit too much. So one of them I could see out of there. Let's see. Oh, Samuel, I didn't know that. The hotel scenes in Widow's Bay were right out of the movie 1408 with John Cusack. Oh, I've never seen that movie, but I thought that looked cool. I'll have to check it out. Yes, Daryl, your sweetie Sarah was right about people's nightmares becoming real. She was right. She said maybe when we die, our fears, or what did she say? Our nightmares or I think she said our fears become part of the forest, which I always thought was an interesting way to put it. Become part of the forest. Like the forest is housing all of these nightmares. That's interesting. Karl says the way we should listen to what Ethan says, same goes for Sarah. Yes, Sarah also has so much insight into this place. Sarah knows, and Sarah once said that the boy in white, she thinks he's trying to help, but he doesn't really know how, and he's not really a little boy. I think she's right about that too. Brandon says, you know better than anyone. Don't go to haunted places. It follows you home. Yeah, I've heard that. I have heard that. Yeah. Oh, and that's right, Daryl. Karl and I were tripping out watching episode 5 of Widow's Bay because there's a prominent plot involving tripping on mushrooms, on hallucinogenic mushrooms in that. It was really a weird coincidence because the same thing happens in episode 5 of season 4 of From. Anyway, Michael says, I think he thought they were witch puppets and the colonial woman will be a version of Tabitha. Oh, okay. Yeah, they cast some colonial woman. I think it's gonna be just a ghost, but you never know. That's interesting. It could be Tabitha in one of her past lives, because I think she should get to see some of her past lives, not just Jade. So yeah, it could be. David says basically everything, the creatures, the buildings, and the landscape all reorganize when different people die and their thoughts manifest matter. Yes, I have been thinking this for a long time. I'm glad you said that because I think that the buildings literally have manifested out of thin air. I don't think anyone actually built them with their hands. All the different buildings that are from different time periods, Colony House, the diner. So the oldest is the church. Then there's Colony House, that's the second oldest. Then there's the diner, that's the third oldest, the 50s, right? And then all the houses, maybe right after that, the houses maybe slightly newer than the diner. Who built all this stuff? Why are they all from different time periods? Where'd they get the materials? I think they were materialized there. I think they were manifested. I don't think anyone ever actually built them. It's a nightmare realm. Real things get manifested, into reality. That's what I think. Let's see. So Michael thinks that Fatima's going to lose control of the Gollum. Hey, that's possible. Gollum coming for that smiley ass. Maybe, Daryl. I think so. I think she could lose control of it. The key is going to be if she can hold on to her hope. Her hope has to outweigh her fear. And if the fear takes over, then she could lose control of the Gollum. That's possible. Brandon says Ethan's sister got the book that showed a lot. The book is very important. Right. Yeah. I think that's going to be really accurate as to how storywalking works. The Grand Gulaga. Thank you, Michael. Yes, when I release that video, probably later, Sunday morning, it's going to be on the nightmare realm and the manifestation theory. Please hype the video. If you guys have any hypes at all, I know it's the end of the week. Your hypes refresh on Monday. So you get 3 new hypes on Mondays, not Sunday. So you might be all out of hypes. If you have any hypes, I would greatly appreciate if you guys could hype the video when it comes out. If you are all out, Monday you get new ones. And so Monday works too. The key is the first 48 hours after the video comes out. That's essential to show YouTube that people are supporting it within the first 48 hours. That determines whether YouTube is going to show the video to more people in the algorithm after that. So that's why that's key. The hyping, commenting, and liking the video, sharing it, however you can engage with it is the most important in the first 48 hours, just so you guys know. And you get 3 hypes per week. You can give them all to one video, or you can spread them out however you like. Small channels get more points than bigger ones. And mine is small, so you have a massive impact if you give your hypes to a small channel like mine. You get, it's amazing. It's like the like button on steroids. It's phenomenal what it does for us. It's YouTube trying to give us a leg up, and try to help us get discovered by more people. So every hype, it counts for 2.2k hype points from me if you hype my video. So I can't thank everybody enough for doing that. And that'll hopefully be out later this morning. Anyway, let me try and catch up with this chat because I'm now about 20 minutes behind. David says Nathan Cicadas Tien Chen cabbage. So you agree that Tien Chen manifested the cabbage? Yes. Tien Chen manifested those new crops when she died with her hope. Random 1500 Sky manifested the dolls. Yes. Need to link the rest. Kotri, bartender, Kenny's father, Dale, and everyone else who has died. So we've got to think, like, is there anything else that could have been manifested by people who have died? And I believe that some things have been even manifested by the living. If the imagination is strong enough. So children have the most power to manifest things, I think. I think that Victor manifested that freaking peach truck coming to town, because what are the odds? He had peaches on his wallpaper in his home. And when he got orphaned or not orphaned, but when he got stuck there all alone, I think he manifested that peach truck that comforted him for 40 years. Just long enough. The peaches lasted just long enough until his mom got reincarnated and brought back there. And quickly after that brings his dad to town. I mean, come on. That's a weird, uncanny coincidence. Those peaches, they pacified him because they reminded him of his wallpaper at home. They reminded him of home. I think he manifested that thing there. So children, I think, have the power to manifest things more than anybody else because of their vivid imaginations. Thanks, Michael. You are not a mess. Don't need to apologize. Thank you.
Hey,
Yes.
Zach manifested his viewers into your chat, by the way.
Oh, no way. Thank you, Zax. That was so kind of you. Thank you so much. I'm behind the chat right now. So thank you very, very much. And welcome, Zax's people. Thank you for popping in. We're discussing From Theories and Predictions. I don't know if anybody of you watch From, but it was a pretty wild episode where we had, I won't spoil it for people who don't watch it, but spoilers for people who haven't seen it. We had scarecrow monsters busting through this cabin. Actual, I would say now they're ragdoll monsters based on Tabitha's dolls, based on this character's dolls, and somebody's nightmare coming to life, which was pretty wild and out there. Nothing like this has ever happened on this show before. I thought it was great. I know there was a mixed reaction to it, and some people thought it was kind of silly when we actually saw it on screen, but I enjoyed it. What was I going to say before that? Oh, I was going to say what Daryl just said here. So the sacrificed children's hope created the faraway tree. I was just about to say that. Yes, you're in my head. So when those kids were sacrificed, their hope, Victor said their hope was poured into the roots, which became the tree, meaning the faraway tree. What else could that mean? Sarah said it herself. Oh, the faraway tree. When he pointed that out, when he told her that, she said, oh, the faraway tree. They manifested the bottle faraway tree. So what does that mean? I think that Michael Gmerkin in the chat, his theory is right, that the faraway bottle tree is the engine of Tabitha and Jade's reincarnation, that tree is what's bringing them back. The magical faraway tree is bringing them back lifetime after lifetime to try to save those children's souls. Because the kids were told a story that gave them hope. And then they poured that hope into their roots. Well, okay, what was the story about? The story, I think, was somebody telling them that Tabitha and Jade will come back for them in another life and save them. So that they pour their hopes into the roots, which became this tree, and the tree is what brings them back. through magic. I can only say. I mean, there's a lot of fantasy in this show. It's not all sci-fi. Anyway, so that's another. I mean, that's the original example of manifestation in this place, and the fact that hope can manifest things, not just nightmares, not just bad stuff. So people need to start. I think people need to start being more hopeful and thinking positively, as cheesy as that sounds, and maybe more positive things would happen in Fromville. Hey, Daisy, welcome. Welcome. Another new name. Hello, everyone. I'm having from withdrawal. Thank you for this late night live and no need to apologize. Wow, you already fit right in. Another lovely, kind person. Thank you so much. And that's cool. I'm glad that some people like these late night lives. And so I can just go live anytime. That's awesome. That works for me because I need that kind of flexibility with the pain condition that I have. So David says maybe they can manifest creatures to fight other creatures, and the lake would also be a manifestation. Could be. I mean, yeah, maybe Ethan is manifesting the lake into existence, and it's he thought he made it up. He said, Ethan thought he made up the Lake of Tears. Maybe he's manifesting it into existence in that case, which actually makes total sense to me now that I'm saying it. Because Ethan was telling a story, making up the Lake of Tears. And like I said, I think children have such vivid imaginations that they could manifest things without having to die in order to do it in Fromville. So anyway, let's see. Trying to scroll through here and catch up a bit. Brandon says Jade saw all his past lives. Each died differently. If Jade dies, game over, which is why they said Miranda always got it worse. Oh, okay. That makes sense, Brandon. Yeah. So, and I think you're right that if he dies, that's it. We need both Tabitha and Jade in order to break the curse. So she'd be left on her own without his help. Daryl says Man in Yellow could be counting himself as the 47th person in town since he entered. Could be. Let's see. Hey, Tamika's Den. Welcome. Welcome. Saw you on Tony's panel the other night. Or was it last night? I forget. I think it was last night. I didn't get to listen. I was out at the time. But I was so happy to see Tony have 3 lovely ladies on his panel talking with him and Phil. That was awesome. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you collaborated with Tony and those other creators. And I'm going to definitely watch the replay. But you've always seemed like such a lovely person. And I didn't realize that you even have a channel. I should have, because Tamika's Den, this sounds like a channel. So I'm going to see if I can find your channel and put it in the chat so we can tell people to check it out. If I had thought of that before, I would have done that when I've seen you here. Let's see. Daryl said, I wish the doll cooked her like a Krabby Patty. Yes, I think Patty is going to be a problem. That's great. A Krabby Patty. Yeah, if only, because I can foresee her being a bitch, to be honest. David says the stones are also ancient, Jade said, so the first sacrifice must be ancient also. Oh, so you think the first sacrifice was ancient? I mean, what qualifies as ancient? I would say thousands of years old. Have they been reincarnated that many times? I don't know. In the premonition dream Tabitha had, the earliest date I think was 1506. I wouldn't classify 1506 as ancient, but we don't know that those are the only dates. We're just guessing. We're theorizing when we think of that. But I think it's a pretty solid theory that those are the dates of all of the reincarnations. And they said Tabitha and Jade, when they were talking about their revelation earlier this season, they said, Tabitha said, well, what's more likely, that you and I have been coming back here over and over for centuries, or that this town is just messing with our heads again? So she had this idea in her head that it's been centuries. But we'll see. We'll see. You never know. Kaiser says, I tend to watch movies late night. I have no problem streaming them on Discord. Oh, that would be great. That would be awesome, because we used to have a lot of movie watch parties in Discord, and the person who used to run the watch parties for me is no longer part of our community, unfortunately, and I don't have the most reliable device in the world to do the streaming. I can do it when I have to, but it's much easier if somebody else streams movies. Plus, there are times when I can't always attend, and I feel bad because people enjoyed going to these watch parties, and even if I'm not there, it would be nice if we could have some more regular movie watch parties in there. So, hey, if you want to stream movies sometime, please, by all means, let me know. We can do that. You can stream stuff in the Discord when we're not doing live streams or a new episode of From in there. So yeah, I Kaiser Bowl, I don't know if you're, hopefully you're still listening, but are you in the Discord under a different name? Because I don't think I've seen you in there under this username. So let me know, and we can talk on Discord, and if you'd like to stream them in there, we would be happy to have you. By the way, anyone is welcome to do watch parties in there, even if I'm not around. That space is there for you guys to use if you would like to. So if anyone wants to have a watch party in there, you can DM me in Discord, and as long as, like, if I'm not doing a live stream or a watch party of my own, I'll even tag everybody for you. I'll tag everyone, because not everybody can, you don't all have that ability. Only moderators can do that. So if I'm not doing a live or a watch party, I'll tag everybody, and you can have a watch party whenever you'd like in there. It's fun, it's a lot of fun. And then there's a voice chat option. So after the watch party, people can talk about it and unmute if they would like. And there's a little chat section, just like in YouTube, where you can write, for those of you who are new to Discord and haven't done it, you can write in there, just like a live chat on YouTube. So it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy those. So yeah, Kaiser Bowl, just let me know, and we can do more watch parties if you would like. Epifactor says, I follow your channel since the very beginning, Julie. I'm from Brazil. That is awesome. Wow. I hadn't heard from you until recently. Did you like change your username or what? Because yeah, I definitely would remember this unique username. That's terrific. It's so cool to hear from people from countries around the world. It trips me out. I just love it. How we have this global community following From together here. That's amazing. Thank you so much for joining and being here since the beginning. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And those of you who are just listening and not chatting, appreciate each and every one of you always, including the replay gang listening to this later. Daryl says, Patty gonna be like, Tabitha knows what's going on. That's why she didn't try to get us out when she left. Some crap like that. Oh yeah, I can totally see that going on, Daryl. Remember how they almost turned on Tabitha? They almost turned into an angry mob in season 3 when she came back. They were like, why didn't you tell somebody and bring help? And it almost got ugly already before they even knew anything about the reincarnation. So expect some problems to go down. Let's see. Yes, Bill, we will become innies and outies again when From ends. Severance. So we will definitely do that. And I will absolutely be covering Severance until that show ends. Hopefully we get a few more seasons out of that. We've only had 2 seasons so far of Severance. So if anyone here is new, I cover Severance. I'm going to be covering Pluribus again. Loved season 1 of Pluribus, so I'll be doing that again. I'll definitely cover Silo again when it comes out. What else? I think I'm done with The Last of Us. That was terrible. I hated The Last of Us season 2. Um, I'll definitely cover Welcome to Derry again. So that's a few shows that we can all watch as a Fromily. There's Severance, Pluribus, Welcome to Derry, and what's the other one I said? I think that was it. I said no Last of Us. That was horrible. And Stranger Things is over. I was covering that. Amy says we won't disappear. We will have other shows. That's true. It just won't be the same. You know, there are certain people who will probably leave and not come back. But hopefully our core community will stay together. All good things come to an end. That's true. Indeed. But we have other shows. There are always new shows. Apple TV comes out with a lot of cool sci-fi things. Hey, Mike Light, if they had Jade and Tabitha sleep together, they could have used that to turn Julie and Ethan against Jade and Tabitha. That would be worse than death to have your children turn against you. Yeah, that would suck. That would suck. I doubt it's going to happen, though. Hey, Mark Yablonsky, welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Look at this. We got Saggy Star here, too. 92 people too. Wow. Please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed, so we can try to hit that 3,000 sub mark by the end of season 4. It's kind of a lofty goal, but hopefully we can get there. Saggy Star is here. Hope you're doing well. And also Maze. Hey Maze. The Gollum is more about Fatima strengthening her internal resolve against Smiley. She is drawing on her father's stories for strength of will. I think that makes sense too, absolutely, because she said this makes her feel strong. And Smiley knows that she's afraid. So she wants him to feel that this makes her strong. Building this Gollum. This makes her feel like she's not powerless. So I think that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised if her hope actually manifests a real thing, a real live Gollum. You know, like Boyd said, they're kind of overdue for a win. Recon said they need to speed up filming because the actor playing the boy in white is turning 50. No. Oh no. Yeah, oh my god. I think he's got like some kind of rapid aging syndrome. What the fuck? It was kind of unsettling. What the fuck happened to him? He's got a man's head on a kid's body. He still doesn't have a grown man's body yet, and this man voice came out of him like, you're asking the wrong questions. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, that was the weirdest thing. Yeah, the boy in white is I don't know what is going on with him. I really don't. Thank you for the hugs, Amy. And thank you to Saggy Star for popping in and saying hi. Thanks for that suggestion, Amy. I've heard Epsom salts are helpful, and I've been meaning to try that, actually. Daryl can picture Jade dying at the end of season 5. Oh, hell no. No. That's never going to happen. Just like you say Ellis ain't dying, no way in hell, Jade ain't dying. I say that's my line in the sand. I cannot imagine a scenario where they kill off Jade in this season. There's just no way. Jade and Tabitha have got to make it at least far into season 5. Probably toward the end, and then they could die in the finale by the end of the series, but I can't picture Jade or Tabitha dying anytime soon, not till the end of the series. Saggy says, what about microdosing like mushrooms or weed? I have heard good things about it. Yeah, in terms of me, I have tried marijuana edibles for pain. I found that they made my pain worse in a weird way, but I haven't tried that in years, and I probably didn't try the right strains. So that's something I should revisit. And I appreciate the suggestions. I can use all the help I can get. Trust me. all the suggestions I can get. And the mushrooms, yeah, I would try it as long as it's, safe enough and microdosing and whatnot. Definitely. I'm desperate enough to try all kinds of things. Nothing too insane, as long as it's not life-threatening. Lucas. Hey, Lucas. Lucas says, I think Victor is safe. He has been safe for decades, right? But they could kind of be lulling us into a false sense of security then about Victor. He's been safe for decades, so he's invincible. Imagine the shock if they actually kill him now. I think it could happen. Everyone is expecting Henry to die, but watch it be Victor instead. Daryl says 5 characters who won't die in From at all are Ethan, Julie, Kenny, Fatima, and Ellis. I would say Ethan, Julie, and Kenny. I wouldn't give total plot armor to Fatima and Ellis, though. At least, maybe in season 5, at least one of the 2 of them could go. Ellis isn't going to die for a screenwriting reason. I could see that, Daryl, this season anyway. Samuel says, I think Victor could avoid Man in Yellow. He's made it this far. Yeah, he's made it this far, but remember that monster kind of threatened him in season 3 when he went down there. Swingcoat Lady was like, Victor, if you keep coming down there, one of these days we'll make you stay. I think that was foreshadowing that he might not be safe anymore. I think the reason he's been safe is mainly because he hasn't been digging for any answers. He's been just in the dark, blocked everything out, forgot everything. So, if knowledge comes at a cost, it's Victor's lack of knowledge that kept him safe all this time. He forgot everything. He forgot that he even had a sister. And now he's remembering too much. And I just think that his days are numbered. Maze says, it looks like the CPR scene is just outside Donna's room at the top of the stairs. Tabby is standing at the room doorway. I would say she either just finished speaking to Donna, who had questions. Okay, so you're referring to the trailer for episode 6. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So I did a poll a couple weeks ago asking if you guys want to discuss the episode trailers in these second live streams of the week, meaning not the episode breakdown live that we do early in the week, but the second stream, which is theory and prediction lives. And the vast majority of you guys said, yes, you want to talk about the episode trailers. So I said, all right, I'm going to go with it then. So we will talk about the episode trailer tonight, but I'm not gonna, I'll do a spoiler warning first. And I will say this much, it's not a really crazy spoilery trailer this time. It's not. So if you're worried about that, I watched it, and for once I was like, oh, thank God. They didn't reveal anything wild this time, in my opinion. So I would say don't worry about watching it. In my opinion, it's not that bad. They've been revealing way too much for a while, but I'll play it in a little bit, but with a spoiler warning before we do it, and you'll see it's not that bad. Hey, Tam Keen. Yeah, the mushrooms parallel was amazing. Right, between Widow's Bay and From, they both did mushrooms. That was so weird. David says, Tabitha remembering her childhood, with Ethan and group finding the lake, Jade remembering the children and how to stop the massacre, Victor remembering Man in Yellow, and Julie also working out the rules. Yeah, they're all gaining all kinds of knowledge, and I don't know, it's kind of worrisome because we know the Man in Yellow does not take kindly to that kind of thing. Tabitha, no wonder she's worried. Her husband was just murdered because she gained too much knowledge. So now she's worried about digging for more answers. And she even said that she has memories that don't belong to her in her head. And she is afraid to try to access them or explore them because they could get somebody else killed. She doesn't know what kind of cost they'll have from the man in yellow. Makes me think that Tabitha remembers more than Jade, and she's holding back. Because she said to Donna that she has memories in her head that don't belong to her. I think she needs to go around. I'll tell you what she needs to do. Tabitha needs to go around touching everything in town. You know why? Because it seems like every time she touches things that have a deep connection to her past, she has memory flashes now. Back in season 3, she came back from the real world and she touched Victor in the church and she started to have a memory flash. Then she went to the root cellar. When she touched the side of that, she had another flash. And when she hugged Victor, she had a big memory of herself as Miranda saying goodbye to him and leaving him there and then getting killed by Smiley. Now look what just happened with the dolls. As she was putting the stones in this giant doll to weigh it down, she had another memory flash, 3 of them. She remembered each doll's face. This creepy ass thing. She remembered that as she was doing it. That was the first one. And she remembered the second female. It was 2 girls and a boy. And then the third one. So she just needs to go around touching everything in town, I think. And she'll start remembering all kinds of things. Somebody told me it's like the dead zone. I've never seen that. But that's what it seems like she needs to be doing. Like, she doesn't even need mushrooms like Jade. She just needs to go around touching everything. And boom, the memories come back. Let's see. Okay. So Knick-Knack thinks that the colonial woman they cast on From will be Eloise. She's a story walker, been running around in time. I like that a lot. I think Eloise may very well be a story walker too. I've also been thinking that. I think Julie might have saved her and taught her how to story walk. So yeah, we'll see. That would be an amazing reveal. I love that. I love that theory. Imagine if she went back in time. I think Julie may have sent her to another timeline and she lived out her life there. Now, how would that happen? The only way that would work is if Julie figures out a way to physically story walk. Not by doing this weird seizure shit with the astral projection. Julie needs to physically go somewhere, maybe using an object like Boyd used to the torch. Boyd originally got to the dungeon by going through a faraway tree. Julie needs to physically go. And if she does that, then I think she could bring someone with her. She could bring Eloise with her. And so that's what I think. That's my theory for how that's going to come about. Manifest destiny. I should call my theory manifest destiny on the manifestation thing in the nightmare realm. Yes, Daryl, thanks for reminding me that my theory about the dolls being in a dream was wrong. It's okay. I don't mind being wrong. I'm glad too. I thought that the giant dolls were going to be part of Killer Dreams, but that was a long shot that they were going to bring back Killer Dreams like they had in season 2. So I'm glad they weren't part of a dream too. Sometimes I'm glad to be wrong. Hey, LDN King. The only way to pause From for a good long time is if we came across a writer's strike. Same as what happened to Lost in 2007. And it was paused for such a good time. Pissed us off. Lost these in the F. Yes, I bet it did. And here's where the raid happened. Hey, Dax and R. So cool. That is so nice of Dax to do that. Little Miss Anonymous. And let's see. Or what is this? Ordi Sidrassel? I don't know how to say that. Do the monsters have their fears in the forest too? Is that why the place got angry at Boyd for trying to find them? Welcome, first of all. That's an interesting question. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's more like if you push too hard, then this place pushes back. And the evil entity is kind of one with this place. I think the evil entity created this place as a supernatural prison for the monsters and other people that are stuck in there. And so they're kind of at one, this place and the evil entity. But it's an interesting point you bring up. Like, why do they refer to this place as being angry sometimes? The boy in white told Sarah that Nathan was right. This place is angry now. And that means, like, that Nathan said that his theory was if you push too hard, then something will push back. So I don't know if the monsters have fears anymore, though. The monsters, I think, are just shells of what they were. Okay, let's see. Hey, Susie, nice to see you. Sorry that you can't sleep, though. We're the FROMsomniacs here, so we got you covered if you can't sleep. Let's see. Recon says, Tom, the bartender, said to Jade about Schrodinger cat that the cat should get out of the box and switch the light on to let everyone know it's alive. Technically, this happened with Tabitha getting out. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He said that Jade should get the radio working. You know, that's the main thing that he said, though. He was like, you know, you should get the radio working and let everyone know that we're alive in here. But yeah, you make a good point there. Please hit that like button. Nick Nick says, I think the soul reincarnation is actually bad. That's why the boy in white pushed Tabby out of the window, so she would have to come in alone, breaking the link. Oh, so you think it's like a punishment? Interesting. It could be. Could be. Worm sign, the sleeper must awaken. Yeah, I'm not sure what the worm thing was, what that's about. I was confused by that too. There's this park in my town that's loaded, has this sidewalk that's full of dead worms from this one time when it rained like 2 weeks ago, and it's gross. I don't know why the birds didn't eat them up, but now they're all dried up on the sidewalk. That's what that worm emoji reminded me of. Anyway, Brandon says Victor was unreliable at a time, but maybe that's how he survived, and now it's the end game he will show. Right. Yeah, I think he survived because he was unreliable and had no knowledge of anything. Because knowledge comes at a cost, and who had less knowledge than Victor? Nobody. Hey, Smokey. Welcome. Okay. Randomer. Hey there. Isn't every good thing happening to the people followed by an awful event? Oh, yes, that does seem to happen. When they found the cabbage, they were so happy to find the cabbage. Kenny found out that his mom had died. So that does tend to happen. It's a good point. Gotta be on guard for that. Hey, One Punch Man Tolkien fan, welcome. Tony's live stream got wild last night. Oh, I'll have to definitely check out that replay. I know they can get wild on a regular basis. They're very entertaining. That's why I started watching them. It was a good distraction from my pain. Let's see. Daryl says Ethan needs to manifest the Gollum coming to life if it's only kids that can do it. I think kids have the most power to manifest things because they have such vivid imaginations. And I get into that in my video, my theory video that's coming out hopefully today, hopefully Sunday. And but I think it's possible adults can do it too. Potentially Fatima and Boyd, since they are the most hopeful people in town, they might be able to manifest things with the power of their hope. May says Tilly was the 48th person if Kenny counted while interviewing people after her death. Okay. I don't think he would have counted her though, right? I mean, because he said he did it after she died. So yeah. So she would have been the 48th person, right? Daryl says, I just can't see the Gollum being bad after the setup of hope they gave it. So if Gollum comes to life, it's going to be on the good side. I agree. Yes. Tamika said, yes, thank you. I actually spoke about you up there. I found you through him. Thank you. You're welcome, and thank you for. I did manage to listen to just a couple minutes of it, and I heard Tony say hi to me, and I heard you shout me out. So I did hear at least a little bit of that, and I thought that was very sweet of you. You seem like a lovely person, and you're one of a lot of people who found me through Tony's channel, and I just will always be grateful for that. He is the type of content creator who lifts up other creators instead of trying to keep others down like some do. And believe me, YouTube isn't all sunshine and rainbows, even in the Fromily. There are those out there who they don't try to uplift others. They instead ghost people, they shut people out, they try to, just like pretend you don't exist on purpose. I've experienced this firsthand. So trust me when I say Tony is one of the good guys, and he has continued to introduce me to new people, or introduce new people to my channel, that is. Even now promoting my streams, and I just can't thank him enough for that, for being one of the good ones, because trust me, YouTube is a shark's den, and I'm not kidding, like it really is. There's no reason for it. There's no reason, because we are all like, we're part of the same Fromily, and there's room for all of us. Fans are so addicted to this show that there's no need to be cutthroat competitive. There's room for all of us. People go to all the live streams. I see so many of the same people in all the live chats. So there's no reason for us not to support each other. Brandon says, remember Victor's dad said Miranda had a beautiful voice. That's the missing key. It's a duet. Man in Yellow said Jade could play. The males always play the violin. Where was the singer? Yes, that's right. I think the writers kind of screwed up, actually, because they said Miranda played the violin for Victor. That kind of messes it up. I think it was supposed to be Jade who was always the violinist, but Miranda played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for Victor when he was little. But anyway, but yes, I think it needs to be a duet. That's an excellent point. I really love that. Love it. So I wonder if Tabitha can sing. Daryl says, just because the stones are ancient, the kids weren't sacrificed when the stones first existed. Right. I think so too. It doesn't need to be like that. I don't think that this place is ancient. I think it was probably a few centuries old. Yes, there is a Discord. If you're interested in joining the Discord, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, and it's also in the description of this live stream. You can join, share your theories in there, and we watch the new episodes of From. I stream it every Saturday night at midnight Eastern, except for this sad night where there wasn't a new one. And we'll do other watch parties in there too. We'll start doing some more regular ones. Kaiser Bull says, we can't watch good movies or my favorite terrible movies. Wait, what? We can't watch good movies? Or what do you mean we can't watch good movies? Sometimes it's fun to watch, to hate watch some really bad movies, if that's what you mean. My YouTube name is the same minus the area code. LOL 808. Oh, okay. Okay. I really need to get in the Discord more. I should have known that if you're already in there under that name. I've been kind of overwhelmed the last few months. This year has been very stressful, and my pain has gotten a lot worse. So I haven't spent enough time in the Discord, but I want to get in there more and connect with the awesome people sharing your theories in there. Okay. Pluribus isn't coming back for 2 years? Damn, that sucks. I didn't know that. Oh, wait, Silo is coming back in July? Oh, maybe I can't cover it then because From will still be on. I said I'm not covering any other show while From is on. Oh, why does it always have to overlap? Season 2 of Silo overlapped with From season 3, and so I couldn't cover it because I have my hands full covering From, like, nonstop. That's what we do when the channel is, when the show is on currently, so. Hey, 749 Young, welcome. So is Pluribus worth watching? I was on the fence about it just from trailers. So, oh, yes, 100%. Watch it. Trust me. The trailers are deceptive and cryptic on purpose. They don't give away much. And that's just, I love that because usually trailers spoil too much. Watch it. It's excellent. It's a fantastic sci-fi show with some humor thrown in. Really creative concept that it sparks a lot of discussion. I'll say that much. Definitely watch it. Oh, okay. You changed your username. What was it before Epifactor? And you probably already said it here. I'll just try and catch up with the chat. Let's see. Annie. Annie doesn't care for all the overhyped common shows. Yeah, I tend to be an outlier person too. Sometimes things are overhyped. Disclaimer was really good. I never heard of Disclaimer. I'm just making a note of these suggestions for things to watch. Fatima is tethered to Smiley. It does seem that way, Bill. Yes. Boy in White already did his taxes and graduated this year. Oh man, yes, he's the man in white. It is freaky. So David thinks Miranda hid Victor and Eloise in the cellar because the town turned on her, and a fate worse than death is watching your children die first. They were hunting them and killed Christopher. Shit. Yeah, oh man, maybe to stop the whole bloodline. They thought they needed to kill the kids too. Yeah, David, I think that makes total sense. I've always thought Christopher was going to try to sacrifice the kids, but now it's looking like the town would have probably done it. The town was coming after the kids. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Brandon says, that's kind of you to say. JulieBDeepDives, so many movies and shows to talk about. She will always be here. So will her true family supporters. Thank you so much. I will try to always be here, no matter how much pain I'm in. This is good therapy for me. So I will try not to ever go away and keep covering really thought-provoking shows and movies sometimes. I'll cover movies eventually, I'm sure I'll find a movie to dive into in one way or another. Yeah, Annie, it is weird that we haven't seen Smiley. That's true. It is bonkers. We haven't seen like the main monster. So Daryl can picture Jade dying at the end of season 5. Okay, the last season. I hear you. That I can definitely get on board with. David says the cliffhanger this season might be the town starting to turn and hunt Tabitha and Jade, unless Jade finds something to stop it in the stone coffin. Maybe something to expose Sophia. Yeah, that I could totally see that. I don't think any of the main characters are going to do this, but there are so many red shirts. I could totally see that happening. Oh, that's a nice idea, Amy. Hot Epsom salts bath with soft classical music and candles lit. What a lovely idea for pain relief. That sounds so nice. Let's see. As I agree with Tam, we're going to see Smiley soon, I'm sure. Smiley is in one of the trailers for later in the season. There's one, okay, maybe I just had the wrong kind of edible, Tamika. But there's one trailer that shows Smiley. At least I think it's a new shot of Smiley and not from a previous season. And Kaiser thinks Donna might be dead next episode. I was sure that she was going to die. I was positive she was going to be dead in episode 5. I still say she could die in episode 6. Maybe in a shocker. She's about to do an interview with Sci-Fi Vision, and I was just sure on June 3rd she's going to be doing an interview with Sci-Fi Vision, and I thought, why would she be randomly doing an interview in the middle of the season? Usually characters do an interview when there's something really big happening for them, and Donna didn't have anything big happening right now. So I was shocked that she didn't die in episode 5. But there's still that one scarecrow, fire mitts. Well, there are actually 2. I guess they're ragdoll monsters, not scarecrows, but there are 2 of them that are unaccounted for. Tabitha only killed 1. There's fire mitts that just turned and walked away. And then there's another one that I think Ellis just pushed away. And come on, this was a little too easy for him to overpower this monster. What the fuck? All he did was hit it with a stick, knocked it over, and was able to scoop up Patty here and get her out of there. Now, come on, these things are strong enough to bust through a cabin wall, but Ellis was able to knock it over with a regular stick. That was way too easy. Firemitts just got up and walked away. And this one was having that much trouble strangling Donna. It should have been just one quick move and she's dead. Why was it taking so long to strangle her? Can you say plot armor? Yes. Plot armor, 100%. This is ridiculous. I mean, I know the thing is using oven mitts it's got oven mitt hands, but come on. It was strong enough to bust through a wall. Those oven mitts ripped open Roger's freaking jaw. How was it not able to kill Donna faster? And why didn't it rip open Donna's jaw? Because plot armor, that's why. And then Tabitha impaled her through the body with this totem. Now, I've seen people say, well, she shouldn't have been able to kill it with a stab because these things don't have organs. They're just dolls full of stuffing. It's not that the internal injury itself killed her. I guess. It's the magic of the totem stick. I think that's what killed it. The totem is meant to ward off evil, just like Jade said. And so it was able to kill this thing via magic by impaling it. Now that I can get on board with, I guess. It's still a bit too easy. Can you kill one of the regular monsters this easily? Hell no. Look what Boyd had to go through to kill one of them. Boyd had to go into a dungeon dream state just by chance, get infected with worms, cicada nymphs, really, and rip open, cut open his skin, slit Smiley's throat, give it to Smiley, and that's what killed it. That's not something you can easily duplicate, whereas they can just pull up any of these totems that are all over the settlement and impale any of these monsters easily. Boom. You can replicate this form of violence against them. And boom, you can kill them that easily. I don't like how easy that was. I was disappointed by that, to be perfectly honest. And Firemitts saw the writing on the wall and just was like, okay, I'm done. They've got our number. I'm out of here. And just literally turned and walked away. And where did she go? I mean, will we ever see them again? God, I hope that this wasn't just a one-off. Like, now we're never going to see them again. But I have a bad feeling that's the case. Like, we're done with Firemitts and wherever the other one went. Because by my count, there are still 2 that are alive. I think you can probably only kill them with the totem sticks. Anyway, I'm still about 20 minutes behind the chat, but that's not too bad, actually. I'm keep on going. Hey, Straight Edge Junkie. My theory is that Fromville has these magical entities called the Writers who decide who lives, who dies, who gets to go home. The writers are behind everything. They exist in the real world. I like that a lot. That's an awesome theory. Especially since Ethan keeps calling this a story that they're in. They're living out a story. So, yeah, that would be amazing if there were writers who are actually, like, literally determining their fate in real time on the outside. That is a fantastic theory. I would love that, especially if it's happening in real life and this isn't all just made up. That is so cool. Brandon says those were her dolls that protected her at night. How are the monsters going to react to the ragdoll posse? Oh, you think that they protected Tabitha? I don't know. I don't think that they're going to protect them now that they've turned into that colonial man's nightmare. Probably not now, I would think. But what was the other issue I had with the dolls? Oh yeah. Why here's a problem that I have with the dolls. So what do you guys think of this? The colonial so little Tabitha was living in a I thought little Tabitha would have been living in a normal town in the origin story. The little Tabitha in the colonial outfit, and then once she grows up, I thought they made the bargain. Some people sacrificed kids, and the evil entity turned her town into Fromville, a supernatural prison, a pocket universe, I think. But now we see that something supernatural happened when she was a child there. How is that possible? The man's nightmares came out of the lake when she was a child there. So, do we think that little Tabitha that we see in the flashbacks is from the origin story, or is she one of the reincarnated Tabithas? Because that's possible. She could have been reincarnated as a little girl and grew up there, got old enough to try to save the kids. That would have been really dumb to reincarnate her when she was still a child. But I guess it's possible that it happened. I don't know. It seems kind of like a stretch to me, though. So maybe this place was already doing supernatural stuff before the bargain was made, before the kids were sacrificed when this was the origin story. Let me know what you think of that, and I'll try and catch up with the chat and see what you say. Recon says, I wonder if Julie's attempts to take another person with her story walking results in Randall getting stuck in the dungeon. It could be. Yes, I think if Julie figures out how to physically story walk, not through this seizure nonsense, she could take Randall with her and he could get stuck and become the next Martin. That's a fate worse than death. I think that could happen. Fromaholic Fletch has been saying, I don't know if he still believes it, but he had a theory that Randall was going to become the next Martin. Not literally Martin, but like the next Martin. And I was agreeing with that. And then I saw, oops, Randall can't story walk. Now what? But if Julie can physically do it, if she learns how to physically go back in time story walking, no more seizures, then she could take Randall with her. Nick Nack thinks Eloise will be the one that has a handle on the story walking and teach Julie how to hone it in. We'll see what happens. Maybe we got a chip challenge in the work with that. Yeah, you want to make a chip bet there? It could be, but Eloise is younger than Julie, so I think if anything, Julie would figure it out first. Obviously, Julie's chronologically later than Eloise, but she's older than her. Let's see. Yes, thank you, Michael. Welcome. Hit the like button, please. Daryl says Ethan was saying he thought he made up the lake, but he's actually seen it, like how his mom saw the red rocks in her nightmare. So the show is telling us that the lake was already in Fromland before Ethan saw it. Right. That's what it seems like the show is telling us, but you never know. I'm just entertaining the idea that maybe Ethan manifested it. That's possible. Let's see. Yes, Brandon, I agree. I think the Lake of Tears could be in the caves as well. The Ankui cried down there. Yep, that's a good point. The kids were screaming and crying down there, getting sacrificed. Yes, I think the Lake of Tears could be in the caves. When Tabitha was down there with Victor in season 2, she said, "Where's the water coming from?" It was on the ground. There was some water. Maybe it was coming from the lake, some little trickle of water coming from the lake. Good morning, S7929. Welcome. Let's see. Amy thinks Julie is Eloise, or Julie will meet her. I think she will meet her. Let's see. Hey there. Let's see. I don't know how to say this one. Adil. I'm sorry if I'm messing that up. We stay together for shows like Severance, Silo, and Pluribus. Yes, we will stay together. The Fromily has to stay together, so we will find new shows to talk about for sure. I don't want this to end. This is too special of a community. And welcome if you're new to the channel. Haven't seen you before. What replay was deleted, Michael? Oh, are you talking about the replay of Tony's live? That would suck if that's deleted. Hey, Delilah. Hey, guys, been listening and wanted to pause my game to remind everyone Victor wasn't supposed to make it past season 1. Yes, so I don't think he has armor. That's right. That's another thing. I've been saying the same. Victor was not... The writers were not even going to keep him past season 1, but Scott McCord was so good that they decided to keep him. So they could decide Victor's time is up now. And maybe imagine if Victor goes and then Eloise comes back and at least Henry has Eloise to live for. That would be cool. I would like to see at least that happen. Because poor Henry, if he loses Victor after all this. Okay. So, Brandon says, knowledge comes with a cost. You can be smart and be smart enough to get people to answer the questions you've already prepared them for. Let that marinate. I like that. I like that. Let's let that marinate. But how can story progress without Victor's knowledge? Well, Adil, I think it can progress with Julie story walking and Jade and Tabitha remembering things now. So they don't really need Victor's memories anymore. It's helpful, but once he remembers, if he remembers the man in yellow shape-shifting, that's it. Then we won't need Victor anymore. He'll have remembered everything that's really essential for us to know. And then we can just learn more through Julie's story walking. And Jade and Tabitha remembering things. So, yes, it isn't a zero-sum game for sure. We can't get enough content. Absolutely, David. We always can use more from content. There's room for all of us. Yes, Tamika, I'm never here for drama either. Life is hard enough. Yes, do we have to make life even harder? I can't handle any more drama than I already have just from my pain situation and all the stress that comes with life. And Delilah, I agree that it's going to take both Jade and Tabitha to save the children together. Mike, do you think it would be more interesting if Jade and Tabitha were reincarnated siblings trying to save their little sister? The writers aren't doing anything with the romantic side anyway. I don't know. I think that would be interesting too. But there's just something so compelling about two literal soulmates reincarnated over and over again so many times. But you're right that I don't see the romantic thing coming to fruition anytime soon. Tabitha just lost her husband, so I doubt it. David says 1500s and the arrivals is heavily connected to colonization, but there could have been natives there first. Everything is up in the air till we get more info. That's true, David. Michael, thank you for sharing that Discord link. David says 9 dates on the lighthouse likely refer to 9 dead Jades. Also, Jade and the 9 Cat Lives t-shirt. Oh, that's an excellent point. Yes, cats have 9 lives. Jade wears the tabby cat shirt. Mm-hmm. It's a great point. Yes, it's probably 9 dead Jades because the little guy. Let's go to the Jade scenes here. Young Jade said that these are some of Jade's lives, and there are many more. These are some of them. Many more is what he said. So this isn't all. These aren't all of Jade's lives. There are probably 9 of them based on the dates in the lighthouse dream. Oh, okay. Kaiser says the last episode of From is June 28th. All right, so it's going to end before Silo this time. Good. Then I can cover Silo. Hey, Pop Forged, welcome. Delilah says if the town finds out about the child sacrifice, maybe the town thinks that is what needs to happen. Yes, I've been thinking that for a while. That in every cycle, and this has been part of my theory for a while, that it's going to come back around to child sacrifice. And what triggers the total massacre is when the town becomes convinced that children need to be sacrificed for them to escape. So they could very well come after Tabitha's kids, you know. And then that's it. They've come full circle, just like in the original cycle, trying to sacrifice children, and the board gets wiped clean, everyone gets massacred. That's what I think is probably supposed to happen at the end of this cycle. I don't think that the people are literally going to kill each other, personally. I think it's going to be more like they try to sacrifice the kids, and then that's it. The monsters just go for a free-for-all and kill everybody. Straight Edge says, I think killing Ethan legitimately is a way to go home for everyone except Tabitha and Jade, maybe. That could be the whole key, but of course there's some other way the heroes discover. Interesting. That's possible. It could be that sacrificing Ethan is the entire thing the town is after. Shit. You never know. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Now 7929 doesn't think it's Donna who's going to die. It's too obvious. They are faking us out. It does seem too obvious. Brandon says, Julie, you analyze movies and shows to perfection. Listen, you can do a lot of movies and shows from your deep dive family. That's what we all are. We all think beyond the normal community. Oh, thank you so much, Brandon. That is a lovely thing to say. Thank you. It's so kind. And yes, I think everyone here is so damn smart and just blows me away. That's why I highlight so many comments. That's why I want to interact with you guys so much, because you have so many interesting ideas. You're so smart. And I'm all about doing these deep dives together, not just me solo. I'm going on this deep dive and preaching at you, talking at you, and you guys are just here to listen. I like to interact, and we do this together. This is, I think, just some of the smartest people I have ever met. So you're absolutely right. And so we can dive into all kinds of other shows and movies together. That's what I say. I mean, my little, my little outro for all of my scripted videos, it's kind of corny, but I've always said the same thing I always say, until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can discover together. It's kind of corny, but I really believe it. Like, we're doing this together. Let's see what we can discover together. I enjoy interactive theory crafting and deep diving like that. So, let's see. Okay, Daryl said the critics trailer shows Smiley. All right. Yeah, so we haven't seen everything that's been in the trailers for the season. We've seen almost everything, but there's a few things we haven't seen, including Smiley in one of the trailers. Wait, there's Donna walking with a cane in the main trailer? I didn't see that, Delilah. No, I don't think so. Hey, just Stacy Lee. They only killed one that we saw. They killed one what? I can't remember what that meant. Oh, you mean the dolls? Yes, the giant dolls. Okay. Fire Fist. Yes, it walking away was funny, Tam. Recon, no, I don't think Donna killed the first one when she stabbed it and tore it open, because they all ripped open the dolls after that and filled them with stones to put them in the lake. Although David says stabbing them through the heart with a giant toothpick ended them. Okay. LDN says the way that Scarecrow died reminds me of the death scene in Game of Thrones when the Night King was killed by a single dagger. I need to finish. There's a lot of Game of Thrones I've never seen. I've only watched a little bit. Hey, One Black Panther. You say, greetings, peeps. What I realized with shows that are really detailed and start off great, they become questionable at the end. These are the same people who did the show Lost, and look how that ended. Well, not everybody hated that. I liked it. I liked the way Lost ended. And I know a lot of other people who liked it too, but there are also a ton of people who hated it. It was divisive. So I hear you. And I have faith that with From, they're going to be the fans are going to be happier with the ending. I think that they're going to try to deliver a bit more on their promises with From. I think the writers are like the showrunner who worked on Lost is going to learn from some of the missteps of that show. From what I've heard. And I think Harold wouldn't have signed on with this project if they were going to make the same mistakes. I heard that Harold wanted to make sure that they knew what they were doing steering this ship with From. Just Stacy says, but that doesn't mean the totem won't work on a creature. If we haven't seen it fail, we cannot conclude the totems are not effective on monsters. Well, that's true. But somehow I don't think they're going to work on the monsters either. I predict. It seems like they were designed for those specific dolls. You never know, though. But I think that each type of creature, each type of threat comes with its own set of rules and ways to defeat it. Even the Man in Yellow, I think, has rules that we just don't know about yet. Like the ways that he's able to shapeshift. There are certain rules. He can't just shapeshift into anyone he wants, whenever he wants. He needed to dig up that suitcase and pull out the outfit to shapeshift into Sophia. So they all have rules. Yes, Man in Yellow mentions that it's a story too. Michael, thank you so much for cheerleading in this chat for me and for this channel. Thank you. I see what you're doing there. Thank you for reminding people every now and then to hit the like button. That is so helpful. You do it even more than me, and it's important because a lot of people forget. And I understand as a viewer, sometimes I forget to hit the like button. So those reminders are really helpful, and I truly appreciate that you're reminding people to do that, because it makes a big difference with the algorithm when you hit that like. Mike Late says, Sarah said there are things in the forest worse than the monsters, and the writers haven't delivered on it at all. The creature should have died in season 3 and introduced a new, more dangerous threat. Well, I hear you on this. I don't think that the creature should have just died in season 3, but I do think that they should have delivered on creatures out there being worse than the monsters, better than they did. These scarecrow monsters are not it. They are not worse than the regular monsters because they were able to be killed too easily. So they're not worse. There's just no comparing them. And okay, sure, you can't defend yourself from them with a talisman. The talismans don't keep them out of the house, but you can stab one with a totem stick and boom, you're safe. That's not worse than the monsters. It's just not. I mean, you could say it's worse because you can't keep them out of your house with a talisman, but but then you can kill them too easily with the totem. So yeah, it just didn't hit the mark for me. I hope that maybe somehow they can rectify that and bring them back with a vengeance and make them a bigger threat. Then there's the cicada entity in season 2. In a way, that was worse than the monsters because it could strike at any time in your dreams and kill you, and there was no recourse, nothing you could do to save you from those killer dreams. And if Boyd hadn't smashed the music box, I think everyone in town would have wound up dying from the killer dreams. Like Paula got ripped open in her sleep. So you could say that's worse than the monsters, but they didn't hype that up for long enough. They should have made that a lot more intense. Drag it out. Make this a longer storyline where everyone had to stay asleep for a long time, and then half the red shirts got ripped open by killer dreams. Then it would drive home the point that the nightmare, the killer dreams, rather, the cicada entity, I don't even know what to call it. It was so convoluted. The cicada entity needed to be like hyped up more to emphasize that it's worse than the regular monsters, and it should have killed a lot more people. It should have taken out a major character and a ton of red shirts. There should have been a huge massacre. So they dropped a ball on that one, and that would have been establishing that, yes, here's something out there from the forest that's worse than the monsters. But yeah, I have to agree that they didn't hit the mark there. So Julie can't bring others story walking yet, Brandon. But if she figures out a way to physically do it without going into a seizure, meaning what Boyd did, take an object of some sort, like Boyd took the torch and walk into somewhere and go back in time. Boyd walked into the dungeon with a torch. That's all he had to do, and he basically story walked. If Julie can figure out a way to do that, then she could bring somebody with her, I think. So we'll see. We'll see. I think that's what she needs to do. Yeah, Amy, it didn't really seem like the dolls went after Ethan or Tabitha. That's true. I didn't see any of them going for either of those characters. Okay, so Stacy says, I just heard somewhere that Fromville was created by Boy in White or some other force of good as a way to trap the entity that is Man in Yellow. Then life for the first people already meant living in this magical realm. Interesting. Okay, I really like that, Stacy. I'm gonna make a note of that. I wish I knew where that originated from. You said you heard it somewhere. I'm always hearing things too, and I don't know who said what because I hear a lot of theories and ideas. But I like that a lot. So maybe it was created to trap as a supernatural prison to trap the Man in Yellow entity, and then they already lived in this magical realm. That makes sense. That makes sense to explain how little Tabitha already lived in a place where a man's nightmare could come to life when she was just a child in a colonial time. I like it. Hey, Ledness, welcome. Let's see. Yes, Mike Light. Eloise would be older than Julie by this point. That's right. Indeed. But if Julie story walked back to the 70s at the time of the massacre, then she would be older than Eloise, and she could have taught her how to story walk then. Let's see. And I think that may be what have happened. That's what I predict anyway. S7929 says, oh, what if it's Victor who dies because he finally starts remembering and telling it all? Yes, see, this is what I've been saying. Yes. I think that's what is probably going to happen. Knowledge comes at a cost. Who's uncovering the most knowledge right now? It's Victor. He's uncovering a ton. I mean, Jade is right now. I'll give that to Jade. He's uncovering a shit ton, like what's on the screen right now, his past lives. But Victor is digging up all kinds of stuff. and he's telling people about it. I think what kept him safe all these years is his ignorance. He blocked everything out as a coping mechanism, forgot everything. So he wasn't a threat, and he also discouraged anybody from seeking knowledge and questioning anything. He said, you shouldn't be asking all these questions, because he didn't want people to wind up dead like his mom. Now, all of a sudden, he's digging up answers and he's bringing other people along for the ride. So I think it's going to be trouble. So let's see. Brandon says, if there are any doubts that Julie Deep Dives will not be around, rest assured she acknowledges everyone. Yes, I always do. I try to acknowledge every single person. I try not to miss anybody. I try to be the most interactive YouTuber that you've seen, as best as I can, and I enjoy doing it. I want to. I enjoy interacting with you guys. Yes, One Black Panther. We were talking about Widow's Bay earlier, and it's really fun. I'm loving it so far. Let's see, Ohio says, didn't Ethan say that Lonely Dragon gave the Chromonocle a map of the rainbow sky? Isn't that the answer to going home and not saving the children or finding the Lake of Tears? I think that that's sort of an allegory for what's happening in From, right? So it gets kind of confusing because there are multiple stories that are allegories for what's going on, right? And the two main ones are the Chromonocle and the Grand Gulagog. Actually, no, there are three. There's also the Lake of Tears one that Ethan made up. So there are three main stories that are influencing what's going on and allegories for what's going on. And so it gets a little convoluted and confusing. But you got the Lonely Dragon story, or the Chromonocle. I mean, Tabitha and Jade are like the Chromonocles who are on a quest. They get lost in the rainbow sky. That's Fromville. They meet a lonely dragon who gives them a map, and then they're not lost anymore. And then they continue on their journey. And I think that fits perfectly. Jade and Tabitha both encounter somebody who fits that description of a lonely dragon. Tien Shen. She lost her husband. She had a cavern. The storage room in the diner is like the cavern of the lonely dragon. And it's full of stuff nobody wanted, but to the lonely dragon, all of it was treasure, according to Ethan. He basically narrated the scene when he and Tabitha entered that storage room. And then he's like, maybe we'll find a map in here. And moments later, Tabitha found the bracelet that she had made for Jim. And that sends her on her quest, on her journey to find answers. That bracelet is her figurative metaphor for a map of the rainbow sky. It's not a literal map, but it helps her not be so lost anymore. She's found a piece of her past life, and now she's off on her quest, searching for answers using the bracelet. She goes down the rabbit hole. By the end of that episode, she's digging in the basement, trying to find where the wires go, literally digging for answers. In the same episode, Jade finds the book with the symbols in it that Christopher drew in his past life. In the same place, the storage room of the diner. Tien Shen gives it to him, and once again, he finds a piece of his past, so he's not so lost anymore. So that book of symbols is Jade's figurative, metaphorical map of the rainbow sky as well. It sends him off on his quest, seeking answers based on that book full of symbols. So there's the Chromonocle, and then there's the Grand Gulagog story, which we're just now learning about, and it depicts story walking and how that works. Julie is doing that. So that's her part of this whole amalgamation of stories. Then you've got the Lake of Tears thing with Norman, the finger puppet. That's Ethan's made up story. But that's part of this too. I think the Lake of Tears is a real place, and they're going to find it. And I think it will potentially play some role in them getting home. Because Ethan said to get home, he thinks you have to save someone. So if the Lake of Tears heals like he says, then maybe that's how you save someone, and that helps you go home. The Cromwell needed to save someone in order to go home. So maybe that's where the stories intersect. The Cromwell needs to visit the Lake of Tears in order to save someone. I'm just spitballing here, but I think that's how it could work. Meanwhile, Julie is going to be our story walker Fred, basically, and learn things via story walking that can help the two Cromwell on their quest. She can learn things about the past timelines of this place. So that's how I think this could work. Those three stories, how they could intersect and all be relevant. Amy, feel free to just drift off to sleep. I know lots of people do to this stream. I appreciate everyone showing up so late at night. I never expected this many people to be here. Thank you all so much for listening and chatting. And I'm shocked, especially when I put off the stream so many times because of my pain level being too high. Can't thank everyone enough for still showing up. David says, 2 lovers, 2 souls reincarnated for centuries, but never knowing each other until they are dragged back to From to face their darkness, the curse. It is pretty wild, isn't it? Yes, it's a really beautiful story. Brandon says, seen streams and people ignore you unless you drop $20. This stream is and always will be amazing. Oh, thank you. I think that's just wrong, and I don't believe in that, you know. I don't like that. I hate when I see streams ignore people unless they throw money at the host. Now, you know, donations are very helpful, and I appreciate them, and they're much needed. But I'm never going to be that person who only reads chats from those who donate. That's just wrong. I don't like that. Not everybody can afford to donate, and I don't like that. It's a little bit too, you know, money obsessed for my liking, and it's just not me. You know, I want to connect with everybody. You don't have to bribe me to get my attention. However, donations are appreciated, and Taryn Matheru just sent me an extremely kind, generous donation the other night, and I cannot thank Taryn enough for that. I already thanked him on the last stream and privately. It's much appreciated, much needed. Times are tough for me, and YouTube is expensive. So, you know, and if anyone can afford to throw even a small donation my way, call it a tip, it's very, very helpful. Because YouTube doesn't pay me to do any of this. I'm not monetized. So I don't get paid for this unless I get donations. And I recently added PayPal. So if you're international, you can donate. I have my email address in the description of this video, and it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen too. So if you search my email address, JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com on PayPal, you can find me there. And I did get a nice donation from somebody. I think it was Stronger Every Day. I don't think it is here tonight, but Stronger Every Day sent me a donation in the last stream too. So once again, shout out to Stronger Every Day. And anyway, yeah, it's very helpful. So my donation methods are all in the description of every live stream and video, and scrolling on the bottom of the screen, and it's truly appreciated. Even like anything helps. Like if a bunch of people sent $1, like that would go a long way toward helping to pay for Streamyard costs and whatnot. Because Streamyard is really overpriced. But anyway, that being said, I will never just highlight stuff from people who send donations. No, that's not how I am at all. So, and that is so kind, Brandon. You'll never find amazing people like Pixie, Bill, the Man Chill, Daryl, and Panda. Aw, And you are a lovely, kind person yourself, Brandon. Can't thank you enough for being here. Nick Next says Facebook's been a bit funny. Been seeing posts saying I think it's all Jade's fault. He's the one that sacrificed the kids, and all of the comments are like, "This is the thought process of the town." Yeah. I don't think it's all Jade's fault. No, I don't think so. Let's see. Good morning, Doug. I just now saw Doug Hughes here. Hey, Doug. He probably just woke up and already went back to bed, and I missed him. Always nice to see our good friend Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow here in the chat. And he's been on our stream many times. For those who are new here, Doug's a friend of the channel, and we did a really fun series called Story Time with Doug, which I hope we can get back to eventually. For now, Doug's taking a little break from doing YouTube streams, but maybe when From is over, he might be able to do that again. We can do some streams with Doug. But he tells hilarious, entertaining stories from his life as a theater actor and more. So we had a lot of fun with that, and we read Doug's 2 novels as well and did a book club for his 2 novels. We finished that a few months ago. It was a lot of fun. And anyway, hope you're doing well, Doug. I don't know if you're still listening, but I hope everything is going well for you. And we miss you in the Fromily. We all do. LDN says maybe filling the dolls up with stones was the cause that activated them. Yeah, like what do you guys think caused the dolls to come out of the lake? I think if they had just left them in the lake to begin with and never pulled them out, never pulled that rope, like Roger did, then I don't think they would have attacked, potentially. Doug says, yes, I have rules, like no country music in this house. Oh, I'm here for that rule. I am not a fan of country music. I'm not gonna lie. Not a fan at all. I'm with you. Stacy says, do you think it's significant that Tabby says, I remembered how to hurt them, not kill? I thought of that too. That word choice hurt was odd, isn't it? Maybe that one is not dead. It's possible she's not dead, the one that she stabbed. That's an excellent point. Brandon says, we're all busy, but here's a break. If you don't know, the man in yellow is part of the family. This stream is a stress relief. Thank you, JulieBDeepDives. Aw, you're a sweetheart. I'm so glad this stream is a stress relief for you. I'm so glad. I hope it can help as many people as possible. I wanted to help people as a career. I wanted to be a therapist, but it wasn't in the cards for me. My pain got out of control, and I wasn't able to go back to school and get a master's degree to do that. So it just didn't happen. But if I can help people in any way through this channel, then that makes me very happy and gratified, because I feel helpless. I can't even help myself. Jay Ohio says Donna made the same mistake as Boyd and Christy by taking Doll's autopsy, just like Smiley. Kenny tried to tell Boyd to burn Smiley right then and there. Maybe cicadas would have never emerged. Yeah. I think that's a great point. I think if they had burned Smiley, then cicadas probably would have never emerged if they hadn't opened him up. And so by messing with the dolls, I think that's absolutely right. That's why they wound up attacking them. Hey, Luke Starkiller. Hey, Julie. Ellis said something odd when they were at the Cabbage Patch. He said, want to play a game, and says the Flintstones and Jetsons. Why would he say that and not Simpsons and Family Guy, etc.? Huh. I forgot about that scene. You're right. Yeah, he did say that when they were talking about like Saturday morning cartoons. You'd think that his era would have been more like Simpsons or Family Guy rather than those older cartoons. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, maybe it's just that he watches he watched those cable channels that show the old stuff. Ellis is younger than me, but I grew up with those shows still on TV. like in the 90s, those shows were still on. Who knows? Maybe they're still airing somewhere when Ellis was a kid, probably in like the 90s or something. Yeah, Luke, that's an interesting point right there. Oh, yes, Doug is a cool cat, Daryl. So Daryl thinks the little Tabitha child is not the original Tabitha. That may be right. Yes, One Black Panther. It's been a while since we've seen Acosta, and if she finds something of importance soon, maybe something like a picture or of the real Sophia or something else. Yeah, I think she will too. She'll find something of importance soon. Could be a picture of the real Sophia. Then Sophia might come for her. She might be a casualty this season. Can't say I'd be sorry to see her go. She's my least favorite character. Hey, Debbie, Bebby, nice to see you. I hope you're feeling well today. Everybody, make sure you check out Debbie's channel. She's been putting out really awesome, lovely from inspired artwork on her channel. Debbie, make sure you drop the link to your channel if you would like. Just Stacy Lee says, Julie, the theory may have been someone from Scene Invaders, but I have heard it elsewhere. I'm sure of it. Okay. Thank you, Stacy. Yeah, because I always like to credit the right person when I hear a theory I really like. And if I don't know who to credit, then I just say, I heard this in the From community. I always make sure I say that, and I don't take credit for theories that I didn't come up with. I would never do that. Never intentionally. I mean, oh, I forgot to drop Tamika's Den's link. Let me do that, because Tamika doesn't have a wrench, so she can't do that. I meant to give her one, and I forgot. Let's see. Let me just do that. Tamika was in here earlier, and she covers From as well. She's been covering From. She just did a stream on From, it looks like, a few days ago. So let's see. Let me put her channel in the chat. She was on Tony's panel last night. So check out Tamika's channel right there. Show her some love. Seems like a lovely lady. She supports a lot of From channels. Let's see. So One Black Panther thinks Victor was protected by the man in yellow. He needed someone alive to tell the story. That's the only sense it made why he survived so long without anyone and no talismans. No, I don't think he wanted Victor to tell the story, though. I think he was counting on Victor forgetting due to trauma. And since Victor didn't remember, the man in yellow let him live. I think that the man in yellow wanted someone to be so traumatized that he would tell people not to ask questions and don't go looking for answers. And that's what Victor did. So he was a good tool, an unwitting tool of the man in yellow. So in a way, I agree with that point. Doug says, well, this particular entity is going back to bed now. Stay frosty, folks. Somebody tell Julie I said hi. I'm always behind the chat, but Doug knows that by now. He's been on enough lives with me to know that. Always nice to see him. Let's see. Recon says Victor discovered that knowing too much killed his mother, then lays dormant until his father turns up and starts digging up knowledge. Dude must hate his parents. Oh, I don't think he hates his parents, but it is kind of a weird coincidence. Okay. Let's see. Trying to catch up with the chat here. Debbie says, I'm tired of them saying they're going to save the children because they're definitely just bones now. So maybe they should say they're going to give them a proper burial, but save? No. Yeah, this is something that's always bugged me too, Debbie. I don't see how they can save these children who are already dead. And I know we have time travel now, but I just don't believe Julie is going to be able to go back and stop the original sacrifice and erase all of this history from happening. I just don't believe it. And I think that would be a cheap, overly convenient ending. So I don't believe the writers are going to do that. So how the hell else do you save these children who are already dead? It's got to be something related to saving their souls. Now, I think that's probably what's on Jade's mind too, because Jade looks really happy at the end of the episode, and he talks to Boyd when he comes out of his drug-induced trip. You know, what a long, strange trip indeed. He's so happy, and he says, I know how to save the children and go home. And I think it's because of what he saw at the very end of his vision, because throughout the whole thing, he kept walking around saying, how is this supposed to help? How is this going to help us get home? You know, when he saw all of those past lives on the porch, he was like, how does knowing this help us? And when he got to the cave in his vision, he said, okay, so how does this help? You know, he was down here wondering how this is going to help. He saw where the children were sacrificed on the stones. And once again, he's like, well, he was almost yelling at his young self at this point. Like, how is this going to help us get home? And his young self just stood there silently. And then the monsters showed up. And this is what changed. This was what produced his light bulb moment. The monsters, they grabbed him and hauled him into this grave in the center of the stones. And what's down there with him? Bones. Skeletons of the children who died. They're very small. You can see some bones behind Jade there. And then he's surrounded by them on all sides. They shove him in there. God, this mechanic guy always has the most demonic smile on his face with those crazy eyebrows that look like Jack Nicholson from The Shining's eyebrows. What the fuck? Look at that. Look at that grin. Oh my god. Nightmare fuel. He's good. This guy doesn't get enough credit or attention, I swear. Because he always has that smile on. So they shove Jade in there, and as he's screaming, you can see more bones. He sees an Ankui child down there with him. And then as he's screaming, look what's behind him. There's a tiny hand of a skeleton. That is a child-size hand. That's definitely, obviously, the Ankui kids' skeletons. So what is Jade learning from this? This is what gives Jade his light bulb moment. So I guess he must be thinking, well, we have to give the remains a proper burial, because, well, what happens in so many horror movies? It's a trope going back ages that if someone is murdered and their body is not laid to rest properly, they're going to haunt a place. They're going to be restless. They can't move on to the afterlife. They have to have their body, their remains, properly placed in hallowed ground or something. And so that's, I'm sure that's what he must be thinking, because he sees the Ankui kid in the grave with him, and he must have seen that he's surrounded by skeletons. I would think. How could you miss that, even as scared as he is in this moment? So that's what changed. That's what changed for him. That's what made him think, oh, this is how to save the kids. But is it? It just seems so tropey. It seems so cliched. It's too easy. Like, oh, we just need to go collect their skeletons and bury them and say some prayers over them, and we'll all get to go home. There's no way that this is going to be the answer. We still have a whole season and a half to get through of this show before it ends. And there's no way he's already figured out the way home. It's just not going to happen. So it's got to be more complicated than that. Now, what it's going to be, I am not sure, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. I am not sure. But I do think it's going to have something to do with saving the children's souls. Just not as simple as relocating their skeletons to the graveyard and saying some prayers. Maybe they have to take them to the Lake of Tears, I guess. I mean, they could be. Let's see. Oh, Debbie, that's crazy. Debbie says, I was on a live stream yesterday that said they were going to do a giveaway, and then they decided that the giveaway would be for people who donated only. Ooh. I don't know who did that, but that's not very nice. Yikes. Yeah, that's not cool. That's really, really messed up. Yeah, I would never ever do that to you guys. Seriously. Let's see. Streamyard isn't $20 anymore, Amy. Streamyard is $55 a month. It's 55. It used to be 25 when Jeremy subscribed, and now I think maybe he might still get to pay that because he's grandfathered in. But I joined in 2024, and it's $55 for the cheapest plan. Plus, I do Canva thumbnails, so that's another $15 a month because I need like some of the special features on Canva. So I pay $70 a month for the channel plus whatever streaming service I'm paying for so that I can do watch parties. Like right now, MGM Plus. So, and I usually don't make enough to even break even, unfortunately. I would be thrilled if I could just break even at least, but I usually don't. Because I'm not monetized, so it's difficult. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like Debbie said, it's actually 55. Yeah. Yes, check out Debbie's channel, and her next From video has a tribute to Doug. Nice, beautiful. Luke says whoever was singing that lullaby made the new monsters come to life. Could be. It's possible. Debbie said country music hurts me physically. Maybe. Yeah. It hurts me too. David says Tabitha seeing them might have triggered the memory to manifest them again. Oh, so maybe Tabitha seeing the dolls like that could have triggered the monster to manifest. I could see that. Yeah. Yes, Family Guy, that's true, Kaiser. Family Guy isn't a Saturday morning cartoon. And I think that's what they were referring to. And same with Simpsons. LDN says, who knows what was the noise they heard when they first came to the settlements to grab food? I think it was something on the roof. No, it was footsteps and then a banging noise. So it heard, like, there were footsteps and then there was a rustling sound, and it sounded like banging on the outside of the wall or the door. And one of the things in the captions, it said footsteps, but don't think it was something on the roof. We have to ask ourselves, what the hell was that? I don't think it was the scarecrow or the ragdoll monsters. So what was out there? Maybe it was Eloise who's been living out there all along. Feral Eloise. That's been a common theory in the fandom, and it's something I thought about back then too, when it first happened. Maybe Eloise is out there. Let's see. Yeah, Brandon, why haven't we seen Smiley? Fatima feels him, but it's a two-way private mirror. Phrase for the night, marinate on it. Yeah, I like that phrase. Marinate on it. Oh, yeah, it's weird. Why you would think we would have seen Smiley, because he just got reborn. So where the hell is he? I mean, we saw him once. He said, "Hi, Kenny. It's nice to see you again." And then boom, he's gone. Poof. We need more Smiley. It's going to happen though, because Fatima said that let me go to her scene. When Kenny visited her in this episode, she said that she could feel him still, and she could just imagine one night him coming to the window and her seeing him. And Kenny said, what do you think's going to happen then? And Fatima said, I don't know. So what does that mean? Is he going to have some kind of hold over her? It's possible that that she could lose control over the Gollum if she gives into fear instead of hope. And let's just hope that doesn't happen, because that's what's going to determine what happens with the Gollum. Because you can manifest things in this nightmare realm based on fear or hope. I thought it was in this episode that happened. Where is it? Where Kenny talks to Fatima about the Gollum. Where the hell was it? Later? Was it after the settlement attack? I don't think it was. No. No, I guess it was earlier. I know she was in this episode. I'm positive she was in it somewhere. Let's see. She was in it, just kind of like a brief appearance, like, hey, we're just checking in. It was like the writers wanted to remind us what Fatima's doing, that she's building this like monster of her own to be a champion for them. I think it was early in the episode, wasn't it? Before, yeah, it was right here. It was before Kenny met with Henry. This thing is now taller than her. It's gigantic. And I know some people have said that it looks like the Boogeyman drawing from the MGM promo team that they released in season 1. Actually, it was the Epics promo team. But I don't think this is going to be the Boogeyman or some evil entity. I think that Boogeyman drawing was just a metaphor for the Man in Yellow evil entity. And this is going to actually be a champion for them. I really do. I thought Fatima was broken going into this season, but she's stronger than I gave her credit for. And she's putting all her hope into this thing. And it's going to manifest into something. It's going to go somewhere. I believe it. Amy says Smiley might be doing butt exercises to make his cheeks bigger. You are too funny. That's where he is right now. He's at the gym doing butt exercises. Luke says, where are they from? Not when. When are they from? Not where are they from? Do we have definitive proof what year this is set in? Henry's computer was very outdated. Yes, because there were Epics released as promo missing posters for some of the main early characters in season 1, and the dates set on them were 2022. So we do know that this is set in 2022. It's still set in 2022 because only like a month has passed since the beginning of the series. Okay, let's see. And you're welcome, Debbie. Let's see. I think Henry's not going to wind up all alone, Amy. I think he's going to get Eloise back and probably lose Victor. Thank you, One Black Panther. I don't know what I said, but because it was like 15 minutes ago, but thank you. Yes, please subscribe to Debbie's channel. She's desperately trying to get to 500 subscribers. Her next From video has a fun parody of Teach Me How to Dougie. So check out Debbie's channel. Help out our good friend who has supported so many From creators and been just a lovely, kind person in this community for so long. Let's help out our friend Debbie here and check out her lovely content. Oh, Tamika, you're still here. Good. Just listening, not chatting too much. I'm in pain myself. I'm sorry to hear that, Tamika. Take care. I hope you get some pain relief. Thanks so much. You're welcome. And good. I'm glad to hear you sub to Debbie. Who's another lovely member of our community. Who's a creator herself. And belated good night to Amy. And Tamika, if you ever want to come on here as a guest and talk from, I'd be happy to host you as a guest on here on one of our theory and prediction streams like we're doing now, except I am planning on doing these earlier, not in the middle of the night normally, like at a normal time. Like 10 p.m. Eastern or something like that. Nothing crazy. Let's see. Daryl says, I reckon Jade wants to take the kids' bones out of the cave. Yes, exactly what I'm thinking too. Recon says, Jade's comment sounds very similar to what Sarah was saying at the start of the show. Really? What was that? I'm not sure what that was. Jay Ohio says there were no children to save in the lighthouse either. The boy in white said, I'm sorry, I really am. This is the only way. Then shoved Tabitha out. The whole save the children to me is a MacGuffin, a noble lie. Well, for the boy in white, it was saving the children in the tower was a MacGuffin, a noble lie. There were no children in the tower to save, no living children. But I still think saving the children in some way is key to going home. Saving the children's souls in some way is key to going home. And I think that's why Miranda had that vision before she ever even got there. Miranda had an epiphany through doing acid that she was a chosen one who was picked to save some children in this place. She was destined to do it. And she saw all the other chosen ones before her and how they failed to save the children and free everyone. So I think that there is something related to saving the children that needs to happen, but it's going to be more complicated than just going to some tower and saving some kids in there. There were no kids in the tower. There never were. Let's see. Okay. David says the act of remembering how they were sacrificed sets their souls free, or they are set free with everyone else at the Lake of Tears. Maybe they are also the fairies at the Lake of Tears. Okay. I like that, David. That's not cheesy, like like the trope of, oh, we just need to, relocate the bones, and that's just been done too many times. Hey, Hand Me Deals, welcome. Julie, I have a DMT vape pen you could offer as a giveaway. Let me know if you're interested. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna have to research what that's actually like, and then I will definitely let you know. That's very generous and kind of you to offer. Thank you. I don't know a whole lot about that, so I'll have to look it up and see what that's all about. Yes, country music is depressing. It's all about like, oh, my truck broke down and my girl left me and I'm so sad and let me drink my beer. And, it's like, that's basically country music in a nutshell, I know, I'm just kidding. I know there's a lot of other kinds of country music, but I'm not a big fan of the genre. Luke, that's a really interesting question. Who or what will the boy in white grow into eventually? He keeps changing. So what is he? I mean, he's going to be a grown-ass man by the end. I don't know. I think in the end, he'll just kind of disappear, because I think one of our community members, Michael Gamerkin, I think he's correct that the boy in white is probably just an avatar, a representation of the magic bottle faraway tree, and he'll just disappear when this is all over and this place is gone. I think this place will be gone in the end, once they beat the evil entity, and there won't be any more need for the magic tree, and the boy in white will just disappear. That's what I predict. Yes, one Black Panther. That's Streamyard is insanely overpriced. Oh, hell no. Exactly. I have to learn how to do OBS, but I don't know how to use that software for streaming, and I'm not very tech savvy. So it's going to take me a while to try to figure it out. For now, I'm stuck paying this price. Yes, David. So David thinks the stomping at the cabins probably wasn't the dolls because they weren't stomping that loud. Something new. All of the nightmare creatures have been missing in action. Yes, they have. Where the hell are they? It's like, yeah, we've got all kinds of new things. Yes, Debbie, that was such an interesting Easter egg. Debbie just realized last night that Megan is holding a rag doll that looks exactly like baby Tabitha's dolls in the opening scene of the pilot. Yes, let's look at it. Let's look at it. And I gotta give credit to my friend Robert Saunders. He pointed it out way back when we watched the trailer for the first time for this season, and we saw what looked like, a lot of people called them scarecrow monsters, but where is it? Here it is. A lot of people called them scarecrow monsters, but Robert called it that they looked like Megan's doll came to life. And that's exactly what this freaking looks like. It looks like Megan's doll came to life, just more beat up and dirty. And this looks just like Tabitha, one of Tabitha's dolls, when it was still new and clean and neat. And that was just so crazy. So shout out to Robert Saunders, a great theorist in the From fandom. He caught this just after watching the trailer for season 4. He said it looks like Megan's doll came to life, is what he said. And it sure as hell did. I don't know how Megan got this. I think this was just a weird little Easter egg that the writers threw in, because this doll was thrown in the lake. So let's compare this one now to Tabitha's doll. Let me see. So I'm going to download this one so I can get back to it easily. I wish I knew how to do what some streamers do, where they put a picture side by side with another picture. I don't know how to do that. But let's download that so I have it handy. And I'll go back to the dolls from this episode. And it was right near the beginning. It was right around, where was it? Come on, no. That's when they pulled them out of the lake. And they were weighing them down with stones shortly after this. Come on, where is it now? Right here, this scene right here. So this looks a hell of a lot like Megan's doll right here. I'm going to download that one. It had brown hair like that. Now, let me see. I'll compare. Yeah, it had brown hair like that. The only difference is Megan's doll had a smiley face. So take note of this. Just take a mental note. It looks like a sad face there. But brown hair, parted in the middle, blue button eyes. And then Megan's doll. Megan's doll also has what looks like long brown hair, parted in the middle, button eyes, embroidered nose, and smiley face mouth instead of a sad face. Does look like different colored dress, so it doesn't have a blue gingham dress, or plaid dress, but otherwise very similar arms and legs, same color of cloth. Yeah, that was, I guarantee you the writers of the show, they knew they were going to eventually have killer dolls, and they put this in as a little Easter egg, a little piece of foreshadowing that eventually we would have killer dolls. Ethan said in season 1 that Victor's drawings tell a story, and if they put them in the right order, they'll figure out what to do next. He said that there are in those drawings boogeymen, scarecrows, and giant spiders. Well, now we have basically something that's similar to scarecrows, giant dolls. That's what scarecrows are. We've got a boogeyman. The man in yellow is basically the boogeyman of Fromville. And all we need now are giant spiders. I think that's probably coming. So, yeah, that's a cool detail. I like that. I think they knew what they were doing. It says my browser has lost connection to my screen share audio. I hope there's nothing wrong with my audio. Let me take a look. Let me know if you can't hear me for some reason. DMT is the spirit molecule. Oh, interesting. I've got to do some research for this. 93 watching, 73 likes. If you are new, say hello. You will get a response. Yes, Brandon, that is right. Your ideas and thoughts are very much valued. 100%. Yes. Yes. So say hello if you're new here. Don't be shy. We don't bite. Everyone is friendly here. We don't tolerate bullying of any kind. And if you just like to listen and not chat, still consider saying hi just to let us know who you are and that you're listening. It's always nice to hear where people are from. That's cool too. So you can always say hi and let us know where you're listening from. Always cool to hear from people that way. But I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you're chatting or you just prefer to listen or you can't chat. I've heard, Kaiser Bowl, that OBS is free. I just need to figure out how to use it. And it's so complicated. It's not user-friendly at all. Thanks, Daryl and Debbie. Good to know. Okay. Thank you, Hand Me Deals, for tapping the like button. Thank you so much for the kind words. Luke says she's wearing yellow too, and when the mom was in the doorway, it was very yellow lit behind her. Whenever there's a hint of yellow or someone wearing yellow usually dies. I mean, not always, but there are definitely some instances where that happens. But if that's the case, we should be worried about Ethan, because Ethan wore a lot of yellow for a while there. A whole lot. Well, Debbie is from New Orleans. Awesome. I bet that is a really cool place to visit. I've never been to New Orleans. It must be so much fun to be there for Mardi Gras. Brandon says, love it, Julie. Sing that country song. Not song, but song. Song. Yeah, I don't know how to really say it properly, but yes. Oh, cool, Tamika. Tamika says, yes, I would love to come on. Just keep me posted. We can work something out. Terrific. That is great. You don't know, are you in Discord, Tamika? Or what social media are you on? So I can reach out to you that way. Just let me know what's the best way that you'd like to connect. Brandon says, Julie, you need both. Tabitha and Jade, the duet. Give the Nkui kids more hope to open the lake of tears of all that have fallen. My theory. That's a beautiful theory. I love it. I love it. The duet. So Tabitha needs to sing along. That would be so magical if that would happen. Oh, I love that. And then the lake of tears, all of the sadness of the sacrificed children. It makes sense that it would be connected to them that way. That's beautiful. David says Julie will be able to move people from the past, but she needs a bookmark at the lake and personal items to find them all and bring them there. In my opinion, the lake is where permanent changes can be made. Okay. All right. That I could get on board with that. That, as long as she can't change too much stuff and just fix everything through story walking, I could get on board with that though. Let's see. Let me go up a little bit so I don't miss anything here. Oh my God, Daryl. This is one of the most depressing songs I have ever heard in my life. I hate this fucking song. You just nailed it. This is the epitome of depressing country music. That If I Die Young song. Oh dear Lord. I cannot deal. I cannot listen to that song. Like, who thinks like this? Who even has morbid thoughts like this? If I die young, bury me in satin, lay me down on a bed of roses, sink me in the river at dawn, send me away with the words of a love song. I mean, look, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's poetic. Lovely, beautifully written lyrics, but what the fuck? Who thinks like that? Who thinks so morbidly? My God. And the person singing the song is pretty young. Like, who thinks that morbidly when you're a young person? Like, that is beyond depressing. And when I heard it, I was a young person. Like, I was pretty young at the time, and it freaked me out. It didn't take much to freak me out back then. Like, just thinking about dying young. Jesus. Yeah. No, thank you. Country music verse. Just got fired. Tried to buy coffee and the card declined. Driving home early. Hit a pothole and my cell phone died. Walked in the house. Wife cheating and my dog just died. Yeah. That's about right, Brandon. You got it. You got it. That's country music in a nutshell. Love it. Tebby says, and as I predicted last season, I believe we will see Smiley wearing modern clothes. That will lend proof to my theory that the monsters were from a mass birth in the 60s, hence their clothing. That's interesting, Debbie. I like it. Yeah, maybe we'll see Smiley wearing something modern. Here's a question. We haven't gone through the trailer for episode 6 yet. Do people in the chat want to do that? Because it's starting to get pretty late. So if we're going to do it, we should probably hurry up and do it before any more time goes by, because I need to still record my video before I go to bed tonight. So let me catch up with the chat. I'm almost caught up, and then and I will see what you guys want to do. If you want to go through the episode 6 trailer, we'll do it, and I'll do a spoiler warning first. So start letting me know. I can always run a poll too. I can always run a quick poll. Let me see. Start a poll. Where is it? Because it's a pretty short trailer. Okay. Now it does this weird thing where I think, wait a minute. Oh no, I can do yes or no. Never mind. I thought that I had to do 4 options, but I don't. So, okay. So let me know. I just put the poll in the chat. I can't do this for much longer, so we're gonna have to get to that quickly if we're gonna do it. Okay. So Nick Nack thinks the cycles keep happening because Jade and Tabitha are linked. The children created the trees so that the boy in white could push one of them out of the tower and be brought back in alone, ending the link. Oh, I like that theory. I like it. It makes sense to me. Luke Star, I don't think there are any drawings of the Gollum, but there are some who think that it. I'll show you the drawing that some people think that it is. I don't think so personally, but I'll show it just because I've heard people talking about it, or seen it rather. It's in here. So this was a promotional image from season 1. Some people think the Gollum looks like this, but it has red eyes, which to me denotes evil, and I don't think the Gollum is going to be evil. I really think that it's going to be a manifestation of Fatima's hope that she'll have a champion in this thing. But this is what some people are talking about, that it looks like. Debbie says to activate a Gollum, you have to write a special word on its forehead, and you can deactivate it by removing the special word. That's fascinating. I did not know that. Okay. Samuel says if that Gollum goes rouge and harms people, or rogue and harms people, then Fatima will get the box or worse. Oh man, I hope not. Tamika says, I suffer from chronic pain from injuries I got on the job a few years ago. Also suffering from illnesses, but I'm still here, so I won't complain. I'm so sorry to hear that, Tamika. I understand all too well about chronic pain and how it affects every part of life. So I'm so sorry, and I hope that you get some relief and you know, and that you still have quality of life despite the pain. And that's a great attitude to have. Still here, you know. I don't always have as positive of an attitude as you. So that's inspiring. You're very strong. J Ohio says, I have a question about that picture Victor had of a burning house. We've had a collapsed house, but no burning house as of yet. Did he have a picture of a burning house? I remember the house with the flood, but I don't remember a burning one. But guys in the chat, let me know if you recall one. Maybe I'm just overtired and I'm forgetting. Debbie says the giant in white. I've been saying this. He's depicted in drawings and painting as a child, a teen, and a literal giant taller than the trees. Really? Do you remember where these drawings have been? You mean in the show, I'm guessing. Let me know. Let me know. David says the dolls, another recurring duplicated item like Boyd's ring. Maybe. Maybe that's really one of Tabitha's dolls and it's duplicated somehow like Boyd's ring. That's a fascinating point, David. Great point. See, this is why I love interacting with this chat, because you have fantastic ideas. Why would I want to miss them and ignore you guys and just ramble on like you're not even here? I could do that without a live chat, without a stream. I mean, this is great. And, I noticed that when I engage more, you contribute more to the chat. I see the chat moving and I see more ideas than I do in some of the chats where people get ignored. So maybe, I don't know, I guess maybe engagement encourages people to contribute more, which is great to see. Girls sure do like playing with creepy dolls. I always loved dolls, Daryl. I love dolls. I was a girly girl as a kid, so yes, it does look like Megan's doll, right? We don't even know what the hell to call it. Scarecrow. You've been calling it Scarecrow, Tamika. Raggedy Ann and Kool-Aid dolls. Yeah, the show doesn't even seem to know whether to call it a Scarecrow or a rag doll. Let's see. Brandon says, if you're new, can you just say, I'm new here? Watch how the Deep Dive family replies. You are welcomed. 100%. Yes. Just watch and see. You will be welcomed in immediately. Yes. This is such a loving, kind family of people. One Black Panther says, I'm from Toronto, Canada, so shout out all my Toronto Canadian peeps and everyone from everywhere. So cool. Love it. I love my Canadian friends to the north. And like Doug is also from Toronto. That is so cool. Love it. I haven't heard from a lot of Canadians. Nice. That's great to hear from one other than Doug. We've got another Canadian. Let's see. Oh, Luke said that when Frank came back the next morning, Boyd pushed him to the floor and there was a yellow toy behind his head. Was there really? Interesting. Let me go back and look at that. Now you're making me curious. Like, I like to go on these little treasure hunts when the live chat is here and you give me these ideas and then I've got to go look and see what you're talking about. Let's see. So the mom, when she was calling her in, she's got blonde hair. Let's see. There's kind of like a yellowish glow there. I think you said something about a yellowish glow. And then when Frank screws up, maybe it was right here you meant. When she closed the door and touched the talisman, there was a yellow glow on that curtain there. And then there was some yellow in the background here where she was like, and Megan get away from that window instead of lunging at her and grabbing her like she should have. Dumbass. She's also wearing a light yellow shirt. So there is some yellow going on here. There's some yellow light behind Megan. I see what Luke is talking about here. There's definitely some yellow going on, some prominent yellow in these shots. Maybe that was a shout out to the future man in yellow entity. And then when Frank, so let me look at the next one. I'm going to try to avoid showing too much gore. Let's see. Yeah, there was some yellow. So there's something yellow here. This must be what Luke is talking about when Frank is down on the floor next to Megan. There's some yellow. I can't tell what that is. Some kind of yellow toy. Oops. Oh, shit. Now I'm showing a crazy gory shot. Try not to do that because YouTube doesn't like gore. But yeah, I see what you're talking about, Luke. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Henry Deal says, Julie, did you notice last episode that Donna instigated the situation in the hut with Tabitha? She literally ignited suspicion. Yeah, a little bit. By asking Tabitha, like, what are you remembering? You know, she kind of drew attention to the situation a little too much. I hear you. Luke says Kenny's dad was holding a yellow plate. Tilly killed with yellow pruners. Oh, man, this is wild, Luke. Kenny's dad was holding a yellow plate. I think he was holding something yellow, wasn't he? Actually. It was in episode 2. Now I gotta check this. He was, when they took him downstairs, I think I remember what you're talking about. No, wait, it was in episode 1. Shit. Let me see. It was when they took, Henry's dad downstairs to the basement. I think. But I could be remembering wrong. They took him. Also, by the way, I noticed this in terms of yellow. When Julie was bullying Ethan, she was holding a very bright yellow phone. And this is when Julie killed Norman. Dun, dun, dun. So when this was right after Julie killed Norman, the finger puppet in the story. She was like, you know, the monster's claws went too deep and Norman died. And Julie had this really wicked vibe about her. And I think Norman, the finger puppet, represents Jim. That they won't be able to bring Jim back from the dead. Ethan was like, bring him back, Julie, bring him back. And Julie said, no, sorry, when you're dead, you're gone. And that's that. And then she goes and lays down on this couch and holds this bright yellow phone. So I think it's foreshadowing the man in yellow killing Jim, and he won't be able to come back from the dead. So that's something yellow I noticed on rewatch. And then where's this scene with Mr. Lou? It's either right at the beginning or I think it's a little bit later. Yeah, it's later when they bring him downstairs. I think it's yeah, I think it's actually, it was in episode 2. They bring him down. Yeah, this is where the lady's playing chess with him. Let's see. I'm trying to find the thing with yellow that he had because I thought I remembered that too. Maybe not. But I think the use of color in the show, it's often very deliberate. And if you notice, there's a lot of red, blue, and yellow all in the shot together. And when that happens, I think it just represents the rainbow sky from the Cromwell story, because red, blue, and yellow, when you combine them, they create all the colors of the rainbow. And yeah, I can't find what I was trying to find with Kenny's dad and the yellow. But yeah, the red, blue, and yellow, you see them all the time in the different shots because because you combine red, blue, and yellow, and you can make all the colors of the rainbow. And Tabitha and Jade are the Chromonockles lost in the rainbow sky. And if they just put rainbow colors everywhere, it would look kind of, I don't know. It would look like a kids show, like some kind of kiddie show. So I think it was more subtle to just show red, blue, and yellow instead. Anyway, let's go back to episode 5. Burying this bird was interesting. The starling. It's Debbie had something so interesting to say about Jesus being wrapped in a cloth like this. And the way it looked like Ethan was baptizing. I thought that too, that it looked like Ethan was baptizing the bird when they poured water over its body. Also, I just loved that that Jade saw the motel sign turn into answers. Yeah, I gotta make a note of this. Tilly killed with yellow pruners. Was that really the case? I gotta go back and look at that too. And behind Henry's drunk rant was a lady in a yellow t-shirt. He's next, bless him. Yeah. Let me go to Henry's rant, because that's in this episode. He could die. I mean, I could see it, but I think Victor is more likely to go. So Henry rant was a little bit later. It was over here. Yeah. It was over here. I'm trying to find the lady in the yellow t-shirt, but I don't see that. Yeah, I don't see that. Oh, wait, right there. She's in a yellow dress. So there you go. There's some yellow. That particular shade of yellow, the mustard yellow, is really common in this show. Anyway, let's see. Oh, that's so cute, Hand Me Deals. My 3-year-old son has been saying Ankui all day. He happened to walk in at the part Jade was in the tombstone, and the kids said Ankui. That's adorable. Oh, Debbie, that makes me want to visit New Orleans. That's so nice. The food, the festivals, transcendent experiences. Oh, that sounds just amazing. And the rich history, kind people. That's so lovely. Oh, nice, Tamika. Just joined my Discord. Thank you. Welcome to the Discord. And now we can connect that way. Terrific. Terrific. I look forward to collaborating. Haven't done that yet this season. We are going to have one of the people I'm going to collaborate with in addition is Geek Academy. We were going to do it this week, but then Geek Academy wound up having some family visitors for the week. So he had to take a break even from his own channel business. But I am going to have Geek Academy on as a guest upcoming on one of the theory and prediction streams. That'll be fun. Love collaborating with other content creators. Haven't done that in a while. And I'm going to talk to Tony Teflon and have him on sometime this season too. Just have to talk to him and make it happen. Tony's been on the channel a bunch of times before. He's a good friend. Hey, Laura Butler. Nice to see you. Hey, Ray. Okay, yes, do trailer for episode 6. Laura Butler said yes. Hand Me Deal said trailers reveal so much. I will say that I don't think this trailer reveals nearly as much as they usually do. It's not a crazy spoilery one, in my opinion. And belated good night to Tamika. Hope you have a great day too. Debbie's gonna bail. No trailers for me. See you later. So this is why I give a warning long before. And I'll give a warning before I show any trailer. Incognito, hey, hope you're doing well too. So nice to see you. So J. Ohio says Victor's drawing makes me wonder if Colony House is going to burn down. 15 episodes to go. I gotta try and find that. I don't know where there's a drawing with a fire. Brendan says, excellent night. So many new family members. Let's see. Got to get some sleep. Memorial Day. Must show praise to my sisters and brothers. Yes, absolutely. All of our fallen soldiers, we salute them, and we thank all of our military members for their service. All of our fallen ones is the weekend when we honor the fallen soldiers, and there are too many of those, sadly. Good night, One Black Panther. It's 5 a.m. there. Yeah, it's 4:23 a.m. here. I need to hurry up because I gotta wrap this up too. Yes, Debbie, we must have gratitude for the things we do have. It's essential to survive a life full of pain. Yes, 100%. I gotta try to do that, and it's hard because I'm in constant pain, and I have severe pain every single day that's debilitating. I can't even stand for long. I can't even stand in one place without my legs feeling like they're getting ripped apart, like on a torture rack. I have to keep moving. If I go to a grocery store, I can't stand still because my legs burn so much that I feel like I'm going to die. And nobody knows why. It's some kind of insane nerve pain condition. But I'm trying to get as much as I can out of life. All right. Debbie said, I hate dolls. Jasper would have been the scariest movie. Magic, the scariest. The movie Magic with Anthony Hopkins and his ventriloquist dummy scarred me. Oh wow! Now I want to see it. I love haunted doll movies. I just made a note of that. I love haunted doll and dummy movies. Yes, incognito. I have a working PayPal now. I do. I found my other PayPal account that I forgot I even had. So if you search my name on my email address on PayPal, you should be able to find me. Taryn Mathrew was able to do it. My email address on PayPal is JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com. Just like my channel, all lowercase. And that's how you can find me on PayPal and donate to anyone who is so inclined. PayPal is international, so it's available to everybody. So finally, I have a way to donate that's international, and the other ways are just Venmo and Cashapp. And if anyone tries and has issues with that, then let me know. And I'll get a direct link to PayPal. But searching my email address on PayPal should work because it worked for Taryn. Very kind of Taryn to donate. Oh yes, I will absolutely say hi to Doug from you, incognito. Absolutely, I do keep in touch with Doug. He's a good friend, and I will say hi to him from you. He enjoyed talking in French with you. Debbie said in that first episode, I wrote in my notes that Julie was going to die a horrible death because of the things she was saying to Ethan in that scene. Wow, that's wild. I wonder. You may be right. Recon says, I love your screen grabs, Julie. If you've extracted every frame from a video, it ain't piracy. You're damn right it ain't. I have hundreds and hundreds of screenshots from every episode. Hundreds. I have sometimes I might take 1,000, but usually it's more like 600 or 700 screen grabs from every episode. And I have gotten copyright claims for showing too many images, but I think that's ridiculous because this is not piracy. Let's see. Debbie said when Ethan buries the bird, it's directly from the book of Matthew, the baptism of Christ, and also his burial. That's why I think the bird is going to come back to life in 3 days. Wow, I love that theory, Debbie. Interesting stuff. Love it. Okay. Lucas says, I've been skipping the trailers, but if it's not too spoilery, I'll take the risk since there's no episode to watch. I wasn't upset by it, and I'm upset by all the trailers that have spoilery stuff in them. And I watched it and I was like, okay, I'll take this. So take that for what it's worth. I was not upset by it. Okay, Debbie, don't worry. I will warn you. I will give ample warning before I show anything. I don't even have it loaded yet. So no worries. I want to protect people from seeing stuff they don't want to see because it pisses me off when people spoil things, especially when content creators put spoilery trailer stuff in their thumbnails. And you can't even be safe scrolling your YouTube feed without seeing stuff and getting spoiled. I know it's official stuff from MGM, but I still don't like it. NSP, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Have been hating life so much, I'd rather just get trapped in Fromville. Sounds cozier. Sounds depressing, but everyone feels that way sometimes. I completely 100% understand you and that feeling all too well. And I feel that way sometimes too, that Fromville sounds nicer than actual reality for me. And I'm sorry that you're struggling that much, but hang in there. You're not in this alone. It's just like in Fromville, at least online, you have all of us, like the Fromville residents have each other. You have us to talk to and to lean on, and we care about each other here. We care about you. So just hang on to that, if nothing else. And you can always come to our community and talk about stuff that's bothering you, and we will be here for you. Like, I'll stop what I'm doing and we will talk. We'll have a little support system session like we do for lots of people who are struggling. We'll take a moment away from our TV show talk and we'll support each other like we always do. I feel the same way sometimes. That's why From resonates with me so much, because it's horrible. It's horrible living in this body that I'm trapped in, but this show resonates. It inspires me to keep going, like these Rumville residents keep going. Incognito says, don't you dare talk again about death ever. I know these are hard times, but please stay positive, please. I will try. I am sorry that I do that. I shouldn't do that. Sometimes I get so upset. I get so tired of suffering that I say things that I shouldn't about death, and I don't want to die. I promise you, I don't. I'm afraid to die. I'd rather just keep suffering. So I would never do anything to take my own life. I would not do that. I wonder sometimes in the future, am I gonna be suffering so much that I can't take it anymore? Like, am I gonna reach a point where the pain is so extreme that I literally cannot take this existence anymore? I do wonder that sometimes, but I'm not there yet. I'm nowhere near there yet. That I can promise you. So, and I'm sorry if I upset anyone by talking about that or worry you. Okay, I will send you my PayPal in a DM. And thank you, Incognito. Truly appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. I will do that. Let's see. Who said something about Hand Me Deal says my quadriplegic friend's nerves. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. That must be very painful. I think for some reason I'm not seeing all the comments. Yes, neuropathy is torturous. CFH. Is there a reason Doug hasn't been in the chats as much? Like, did the show tell him to step back or something? No. I do think that he was asked not to do so many interviews, but everything's fine. There aren't any issues now. He just felt like he should do less interviews, and but everything's cool with him. He's just taking a break from social media and being on YouTube live streams, but I'm sure Doug will be back. And he has been in the chats. He was in the chat earlier tonight. He's still he's allowed to do that. He can be in the live chats. I think he may have gotten a bit burnt out and took a break, but he still comes in this chat. He was here earlier. And good morning to you too. Driving to work, nothing like a little from talk for the drive. Well, glad we can keep you company. Debbie, 100% capitalism is ableist as fuck. I could not agree more. There are a lot of issues I have in that area. Trust me, I agree with you. But I say to myself when I am in pain, there's so much worse than you. It helps. Okay, thank you for that, Incognito. Okay, Henry Dales says, I was saying take lion's mane's mushroom. They repair nerve damage. Oh, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Thank you so much for the suggestion. I can use all the help I can get. Trust me, like I'm desperate enough to try all kinds of things because the doctors have just reached dead end after dead end and I have no idea how to help me. I've had almost every test known to man. NSB says, I think the will to live is much stronger than giving up on life. I can hate life as much as it makes me, but my love for my family and their love for me keeps me going, and hope and desire for life. I'm so glad. That is great to hear. I'm really glad that you have things to live for and that it's stronger than the feeling that you want to give up. So glad to hear that. That is great. Hope and desire for life. And for some reason, I'm not seeing that your name is Akshita, or you said that that's your name and I forgot, but Daryl remembered. So kudos to Daryl. That's awesome. And Debbie says, no, the pain becomes background noise and you learn to love your life however possible. It's different for everyone and you can't make anyone be ready to accept it. I fought hard until it clicked. Let me tell you, Debbie, that's going to be a battle for me because I am just so consumed by anger at the world, at life for torturing me like this and looking around at people who aren't suffering and can literally just stand like a normal person and do normal people things and sit on a park bench without suffering. Like I literally can't do the simplest things. I have to take my zero gravity folding chair everywhere I go and a bunch of pillows and cushions and heating pads, and Karl props me up. I'm not kidding. Like we went to the lake tonight and Karl propped me up on the side of the lake with my zero gravity folding chair and a whole bunch of pillows behind me. Literally leaned my chair back because it didn't go far back enough to try to relieve some of the nerve pain going down my legs and my tailbone. I can't sit. I can't sit like a normal person. I eat my meals in a zero gravity position with my plate on my chest. I'm getting stains all over my shirts from it. It's ridiculous. I'm going to have to start wearing bibs. Like, I could sit if I had to, but it hurts so bad. It burns so badly to sit. It's ridiculous. Even if I sit on a memory foam cushion, it's too painful. None of my medications work. Anyway, that's my bizarre situation. And, you know, I couldn't just walk to the ice cream store or the ice cream shop down the boardwalk with Karl. I had to stay reclined, you know, and in my chair while Karl went down there, and I had to just sit there alone, just feeling so isolated by my pain and still in terrible pain, even in that position. So it's hard to be accepting. I'm grieving the life that I should have had, that I deserved to have, and that was robbed from me. I'm grieving all the things that I can't do that I should have been able to do. I'm grieving the fact that I can't have children because I'm in too much pain. So many things, and it's just wrong. And I've been robbed of a decent life where I'm just not suffering 24/7. Even if you separate all those other things that I should be able to do, just the right to not have to suffer constantly. It's inhumane. So that is my story. There's a lot more to it, but I won't ramble on any longer than that. Yes, Daryl has got a sharp memory. That is, yeah, that is amazing that he remembered your name. It's or wait, or is it is it someone else who's named that? I'm confused now. My username used to be my own name, but I had to change it because people quickly dehumanize you when they find out where you come from. I don't want to deal with that. Well, I am so sorry. That is terrible. That is terrible. Like, nobody should dehumanize you because of where you came from. That is messed up. So, I hate that xenophobia bullshit. Okay. So we're closing in on 4 hours. So incognito, yes, chronic pain affects you more and more. It really does. It never goes away for me. I don't have any good days. I only have bad, worse, and oh my God, I'm gonna die beyond horrific days. But I'm still standing. So this is the point where I'm gonna check the poll and see what people said as to whether we look at the trailer or not. I'm gonna end the poll right here. Let's see, end poll. And I'm looking. Where's the just looking for the result of the poll. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I'm not showing it yet. Just looking for the result of the poll on whether or not to look at the episode 6 trailer before we close it down. I'm going to give myself 4 hours as the limit. The 4-hour mark will be the latest I'll go. Okay, so 88%. Out of 33 votes, 88% said yes. 12% said no. Okay. All right. So we're going to do it then. So to those of you who don't want to see the trailer, this is your spoiler warning. Thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate each and every one of you. Love you all. Thank you so much. And don't forget, Monday night we're still going to do our usual live. That's the plan. Monday night we'll do our usual live stream. We're still going to do one stream where we don't talk about the trailer at all. That'll be the Monday stream. And then we'll do a second stream later in the week too. So we'll do 2 streams. And thank you. Thank you for being here, Jetpack Whiner, and you have a great night too. So, okay. That is that. So I'm going to close that picture. And before we close it down, let's take a look. I'm going to pull up the episode 6 trailer so we can take a look at it before we go. As usual, I'm going to have to borrow it from somebody else. So I'm going to play the one I saw. Real Cinema Therapy broke it down. Lori, our friend Lori over at Real Cinema Therapy, broke down the trailer. So I'm going to pull that up and we'll take a look at it. Okay. Julie, just do a stream when you have the strength. No rush. Thank you, Incognito. And thank you, SL Rhodes. You have a good day too. Thank you for the well wishes. Okay. Now let's share the screen. Okay, last spoiler warning. Here it is. The episode 6 trailer. Oh, wait, I won't play it yet because I'm reading Debbie's comment and she didn't want to see it. Debbie says, I understand, Julie. I don't go anywhere. Can't travel because of the same issues, plus MCAS. Allergic to most scents, medications, and foods. Went to a family funeral and suffered for weeks. That's horrible. Wow. That's terrible. Oh, I've never heard of that kind of thing. That must make it so difficult just to live. Allergic to most scents, medications, and foods. That's terrible, Debbie. Oh. And yet you are an inspiration, the way that you actually can find quality of life and take care of yourself in a way that your doctors have never been able to do, and find this amazing outlet in your artwork, this creative outlet. It's a beautiful thing, and you're an inspiration to me, Debbie. I aspire to be as positive as you, and able to, adapt and cope with my pain as well as you. Okay, now I know, Debbie, you don't want to see this trailer, so last call not to see this trailer. And you are so strong, like Daryl says, and we love you. And thank you for being here. So it seems like there's some kind of delay or something between me talking. I forget sometimes there's a delay between me talking and the way the chat shows up and what you hear. So there isn't like an instant reply. Oh my God. Debbie says, I'm mostly bedridden, but luckily my backyard is a lovely place and I have my chihuahuas paw and friends online. Oh, wow, Debbie. God, I didn't know it was that bad. Mostly bedridden. That's a beautiful thing that you have such a positive outlook despite actually having to live like that. That is absolutely mind-blowing. What an inspiration you are. I wish I could be as positive as you. I will try to follow your example, because I struggle with a lot of darkness. I really do. I'm being consumed by darkness lately. It's something I'm struggling to climb out of. It's getting in the way of me making my content. That's why I'm so far behind on my videos. Anyway, Debbie, it's not that good, Julie, but I live in my art. Well, I'm so glad, Debbie. I'm so glad that you find quality of life there. And good night. Love you too. Thank you for being here. Not Killa says, what I miss, anybody else can't believe they skipped this week's episode when it was just getting good. Yeah, I was really surprised. They've never really done a break like this. It was not expected. So we've just been talking theories for the last few hours, and the theories are going crazy online. Really, I've been kind of disconnected from it all because I've been in a dark place lately, but I'm trying to pull myself out of it. And I'm about to release my own theory video later this morning, if I can get it done, which means I've got to get off of here in a few minutes. But I've got my own theory video coming out on the nightmare realm and manifestation in From. So, and I've also got to do 2 more videos. My deep dives for episodes 4 and 5 are coming this week. So if anybody out there has hypes that you want to offer to help me out, I'm going to need a lot of help because I'm going to be releasing 3 videos this week. So if anyone wants to hype my videos, that would be much appreciated. Instead of hyping this live stream, I would kindly ask that you hype the videos like I have coming out instead. So there will be the Nightmare Realm video, the episode 4 deep dive, which I know is super late, and the episode 5 deep dive. I'm way behind on my content, but I'm going to be putting out a lot this week. Sending you love too, Debbie, and positive vibes right back. You be well too. Okay, so let's so last call, spoiler warning, we're about to watch the episode 6 trailer. It is not crazy. It doesn't have wild reveals like the previous trailers did, in my personal opinion. Just my opinion. Take it for what it's worth. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Plan a suicide mission because of some things that you saw in a mushroom trip. This is our chance, Boyd. I was looking for answers. I found answers. This is our shot. Victor's on the roof. The man in the suit. Is there anything else you can remember about him? I can try.
No pulse.
Come on, stay with me.
Wait, it's not gonna work.
Don't you do this.
Okay. So I don't personally think that was as big of a bombshell as previous trailers. Thank you, Not Killer. Sorry to hear that, Julie. Wish you well and know your family is always here for you. Thank you so much for the kind words. That really helps. Truly. It helps that this is my support system more than you know. So that is the trailer. That is the trailer. Yes, gotta love Harold gesticulations with his shoulders. Yes, top-notch acting, 100%. And Kenny showing Boyd the drawing of the man in yellow. Yes, I was very glad to see that, Daryl. Because we need Boyd to be looped in to the fact that the man in yellow was eating people. That needs to be told to Boyd right away, and I'm so glad to see that it's happening. I'm not so glad to see that they're trying to get Victor to remember more stuff, guys. This is what I've been saying. This is troublesome. This is troublesome because, like, Victor has already remembered so much, and he could get targeted by Sophia if he remembers that the man in yellow was a shapeshifter, because the suspicion could be cast on him. So this is worrisome. I've been worried about Victor for a while now, and this doesn't give me good vibes. So Jade thinks that he's found answers, and Boyd, this goes along with what Boyd said, what the synopsis says for episode 6. It says, like, Boyd isn't sure if they can trust the information in Jade's head. That's what the synopsis said for episode 6. So he doesn't know if they can trust Jade's mushroom trip, which is understandable. You know, he thinks maybe it could have been just a hallucination. So can they really trust it? Boyd isn't sure. So that's what's happening in the trailer. He's saying, you want us to go on a suicide mission based on this trip you went on, this drug trip. So he thinks that Jade's next plan is a suicide mission. So what is Jade planning? It sounds like, to me, Jade wants to go get the bones of the Ankui kids out of the cave. And that's what they're doing, going into this passageway in Colony House, which really exists, like a lot of us figured. This secret door in the Colony House basement, it looks like it really exists. Let's look again. It appears that they're going into it for real, and you can see Acosta is down there with them. She's still looking for stuff in the basement.
You want me to plan a suicide mission because of some things that you saw in a mushroom trip.
So there's Jade. So you want me to go on a suicide mission because of some things that you saw in a mushroom trip.
A suicide mission. You want me to plan a suicide mission because of...
So he wants Boyd to plan a suicide mission because of some things he saw in a mushroom trip.
Things that you saw in a mushroom trip.
And there's Jade going into that passageway in the Colony House basement. So looks like they're going to move aside all that stuff.
This is our chance, Boyd.
And they're going to see what's down there.
You saw in a mushroom trip. This is our chance, Boyd.
Oh, damn it. I keep trying to pause it on a different moment.
That you saw in a mushroom trip. This is our chance, Boyd. I went looking
Damn
for
it.
answers. I found answers.
Fuck. It's like there's a delay here, so I'm going to go in slow motion so that I can get the spot that I want. Where is it? Is there slow motion? Yes.
This is our chance, Boyd.
Right there. So there's Acosta, who's actually been working on finding stuff in the Colony House basement. And so she's going to be part of this, apparently. They're actually looking into this new corridor that they didn't know about in the colony house basement leading to the caves. So what's going to come of that? Yeah, going into the caves must be the suicide mission talk. Right, Daryl. Looks to me like they're reacting to the door not being there. Okay, maybe the door isn't there. In this promo, the shot of Jade opening the door is from episode 5. Right, yes it is. In the trailer, Jade and Boyd are definitely looking at the wall and there's no door. Yeah, Daryl, it kind of does look that way. So the corridor is there, but there's no door. That makes sense. Yep. In the critics trailer, Boyd smashes the wall where the door was with a sledgehammer. Damn, they need to stop spoiling so much stuff. In the other trailer, they showed that there wasn't even a door there. Oh my god. Poor Victor indeed, Lucas. J. Ohio says, hidden door in Jade's mushroom trip. Hidden red door Elgin found behind Shifuro in Root Cellar. Yes, they reminded me of that too. The door looks very similar. The hidden door in the Root Cellar. It looks very similar. Probably the same age. Incognito, yes. Acosta has surely found something crispy. Yeah. I'm sure she's going to find something that's going to help. NSB says it honestly has me concerned that it doesn't have too much spoiler in it. I hope it doesn't indicate that there isn't much happening in the next episode. That would piss off a lot of the audience. I've had the same thought, actually. I've also wondered that too. Like maybe not much is going to happen. It's going to be a slow filler episode, but I doubt it. Could it be that they actually are listening to the fans and are not going to spoil so much this time? That would be nice. Let's see. Did you notice 2 paddles on the wall next to the door? The 2 paddles. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. What is that?
This is our chance, Boyd. I went looking for answers. I found answers. This is our shot. This is our chance, Boyd. I went looking for answers.
Yeah, this shot right here does look like it's from episode 5, where Jade opened the door and Boyd was right behind him.
I found answers. This is our shot.
When looking for answers, I found answers. This is our shot. Yeah, where are the paddles? The boat paddles, Incognito. I'm having trouble finding them. Maybe they're later in the trailer. I'm noticing a lot of boat stuff in the show too. Little hints about a boat. I think eventually there's going to be a boat that manifests. Speaking of the manifestation theory, I think there's going to be a boat manifesting in From eventually. CFH says, look at that room in the still frame with Jade. Like a little room with a phone. Which one? Let's see.
There's some things that you saw in a mushroom trip.
Yeah, it looks like a phone is there, right? Yeah, what is that? What is that area with the phone? I was wondering that too. Acosta looking like Voldemort, Bill. They must take risks. Truth is circled with danger. Agreed, Incognito. J. Ohio says, hidden trapdoor in floor of hidden room of root cellar where Fatima gave birth. All these hidden doors. Yeah, I find that cool. Like there are so many hidden doors and interesting. Nothing is easy to find in this place. Therefore, I don't think the Lake of Tears will be easy to find either. Anything that's important is going to be difficult to locate. All these hidden passages to the caves. Next episode might end with Boyd smashing the wall. Well, the thing of it is, though, they know how to get to the cave other ways. So they could probably find the area with the sacrificial stones a different way. They don't have to get there that way. Incognito says the townships seem construct with the tunnels as foundations. The 2 paddles are in episode 5. Oh, okay. Not in this trailer. I will look in that then. Interesting. Thank you for pointing that out. I love the boat references throughout this show. And I really think it's foreshadowing that Boyd's boat is going to get manifested into this place in the end. I think when the flood happens, there's going to be a flood and Boyd's boat will manifest. Daryl says that close-up of Boyd in the promo looks like it might be after he smashes the wall. Expect nothing from trailers and enjoy everything during the show. Yes, Bill. Bill says, I'm guessing that the Lake of Tears will be a fountain of some sort, possibly with a crying statue. Just a guess. I like it, Bill.
This is our chance, Boyd. I went looking for answers. I found answers. This is our shot. Victor's on the roof.
So what's Victor doing on the roof?
Men.
Why is Victor on the roof? Like, that's usually what people do when they want to end their own life. But somehow I don't think Victor is trying to end his own life. I mean, Victor has suffered so much for 40 years. Why would he do this now? I can't see the motivation after all this time for Victor to suddenly decide he's going to jump off the roof. I mean, he didn't do this. I mean, I guess he could be so triggered by remembering all this horrible stuff that he finally can't take it anymore. And he lasted this long because he forgot. He buried all his memories and he didn't think about his mom and his sister. It could finally get to him, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he actually wants to end his life. Jay Ohio says they need Victor to go into the tunnels caves. Remember when the boy in white showed Victor where to hide while he waited on Tabitha to show up? Yes, I remember. Victor is a good guide. Maybe Victor could help guide them a different way to find where the sacrificial stones are, instead of having to go through that passage that doesn't exist into the caves through Colony House. Daryl says, I think Victor is just sad about what happened last episode with his dad. Yeah, agree. About Victor, no therapists in From. Yes, Bill. Unfortunately, and they all need therapy badly. Lucas, yes, Victor thinks it's all over. I think it was the return of the man in yellow. Yeah, I mean, he thinks this is it. This is the end. Because he knew the man in yellow means that signals that the story is ending. The story always goes a certain way. In the first episode, or not the first, in season 1, episode 4, Victor started remembering the massacre for the first time. And he remembered that certain things played out in order. He saw the boy in white again. The boy in white appeared to Ethan. And he associated the boy in white and the faraway tree and the dog popping up with another massacre coming. And then he started digging graves. He knows that this is a story that seems to repeat. And once these things start recurring again, it's all starting over. And now he saw the man in yellow's jacket, so that means he's back. Another total massacre is coming. The man in yellow is going to eat everybody's organs. That's probably what Victor is thinking right now. So, yeah, the return of the man in yellow may have triggered him to do this. But I don't think that he's going to try to jump off the roof. I really don't. I think maybe he's just up there trying to think, just like Incognito says, just a place where Victor could go to isolate himself. He's probably so childish that he doesn't realize that what he's doing is going to freak people out and make them think he's trying to end it all. Just like the time he started digging graves. He was freaking people out and he was oblivious to that. Julie, watch the left of the door after Boyd entered the room. You'll see the paddles. Okay. After he entered the room in the basement. Gotcha. In episode 5. Daryl says the way people are reacting doesn't look like the roof is a place where Victor normally goes. Yeah, they're like, oh no, Victor's on the roof. They're freaking out. That's true. Bill says Victor is still sad about the lack of canned peaches. Probably. Not pacified him for 40 years. I'm telling you, he manifested that peach truck when he was a kid. Bet. NSB says he he doesn't exactly look suicidal. Sometimes you just go in that state, right, where heights don't bother you. Right. Victor is not afraid of a lot of things that many of us would be, including heights. Victor is so traumatized. Oh yeah, not killer, absolutely. So then this goes on.
Suit. Is there anything else you can remember about her?
So this is not good. Boyd is talking to Victor about the man in the yellow suit, and Boyd says, "Is there anything else you can remember about him?" Because Kenny must have told Boyd about the man in yellow eating people's organs.
I can try.
He says, "I can try." This is bad for Victor. He could get killed because of this.
The man in the suit. Is there anything else you can remember about her? I can try.
That's not good.
Man in the suit.
They're going to get Victor killed having him remember all this stuff.
Is there anything else you can remember about her? I can try.
So I don't like this for Victor. This is concerning. They could get him killed by trying to make him remember so much. I am not a fan of this at all. Knowledge comes at a cost, and they're getting Victor to dig too deep, and he's sharing the knowledge with too many people. So if he remembers, this is where he could start remembering the man in yellow is actually a shapeshifter. What if he witnessed that? He's witnessed so many things. And then they could start suspecting Sophia. Bill says Victor may be a little immature, but he is no fool. That's for sure. So, and then there's the CPR scene.
No pulse.
No pulse. Boyd is giving CPR. We can't see who it is. Christy and Marielle are both there, which is encouraging. I find it kind of weird, though. How come Christy and Marielle, the medical professionals, are there, but Boyd is the one doing CPR? I guess because he's stronger. He's got more muscular arms, so they're letting him do it. He was in the military, so I guess that makes sense. He would be trained in CPR. He was in the military for 30 years. And then Tabitha is looking on and looks horrified.
Come on, stay with me.
Kenny is watching.
Wait, it's not gonna work. Don't you do this.
Now, let's not be too worried based on what Christy says. Christy is a nihilistic person. Christy is very pessimistic. She's always giving up too easily. Boyd, it's not going to work. You know, Christy told Acosta that everyone has had theories, and everyone who's ever had theories and ideas about how to get out all just wound up dead. The only thing they had in common is that they all wound up dead. There is no way out. Christy is a pessimist. I'm not going to be fooled by Christy into thinking that this person is definitely going to die. Tabitha looks horrified, but I think Tabitha would be very upset over anybody who's there potentially dying. Darryl says, I think it's Patty, because Christy and Marielle are saying the person is gone. I know Boyd is a stubborn person, so he would continue to give CPR on someone who's already dead. I could see that happening. So it could be. To a poll, who is receiving CPR? Okay, Bill. Victor has 2 contradictory statements about the tower. Boy in white, Eloise too. Oh yeah, Incognito. He does. He has lots of contradictory statements, including about the tower. Darryl doubts they'll suspect Sophia. Bill says he better draw his memory. His memory again. Secrets are becoming vital. Oh yeah. Not Killer says it's probably Sophia trying to play victim again. Oh, that'd be wild. You know, if she plays dead. Ellis, Elgin, or Donna? Jesus, could it be Donna? It's possible. Incognito says Donna is my choice of the person receiving CPR. Laura says Julie having a seizure. Jay Ohio says whatever Victor tells Boyd, If Kenny tells Boyd about the picture, what Victor said about the man in yellow, if Julie is forthcoming about her story while getting the man in yellow eating, I just hope somebody doesn't blab to Sophia. Right, because I mean, a lot of knowledge is being spread around here, and knowledge comes at a cost. So Victor could be a target, Kenny could be a target, Julie could be a target as well for what she saw. Bill says Tabitha is about to deliver her famous line. No, 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 I can't. Oh my god, no. And SB says Boyd seems desperate here. It's got to be someone he is close to. Yeah, he does. He does seem desperate, and Christy said, Boyd, it's not going to work. And Hungino says, we got the foreshadowing. We get their prep talk with Tabitha for Donna, right? I mean, she's the one who makes the most sense. Let's see. Yeah, it's true, Daryl, that Boyd would be desperate no matter who it is. Samuel says Henry has a heart attack after Tabby tells Henry who she was/is Miranda. That would be pointless for them to do that and upset Henry even more. I hope they don't, but you never know. It could happen. Terrell says could be Donna because of the interviews the actress is gonna have. Yeah, I still say that is super sus that Liz Saunders is doing interviews like the first week of June. Don't forget about Randall next scar. It could be him, right, Bill? What if Donna gets involved in this plan that Boyd says is a suicide mission? Tyrell says, I'm guessing it's Patty after she has spread info about Tabitha. Remember, Donna told Tabitha, if anyone is going to do something stupid that's going to get themselves killed trying to help, it's going to be me from now on, not you. So maybe Donna volunteers to help with this so-called suicide mission Jade wants to do. Recon says, I wonder if Sophia uses her faith to bring someone back from the dead. Oh, that would be amazing. That would be a great way to start a cult. I like how you think. Oh, man. And they could have, like Sophia could have that kind of power. I could see it. Let me do a poll. I'll do a poll. Let me see. I just got to load the chat window. I have to open here. Okay. Oh, it's so slow. Okay, here we go. Let's do a poll. Who is getting CPR? So let's put in Donna. Ellis. Henry. I mean, Henry was in pretty bad shape. And I'll say other, specify in the chat. It would be crazy if it was like randomly Ellis, but let's see. I know Daryl's gonna say. No way is it ever gonna be Ellis, but I put him in there just because Boyd is so desperate. Yeah, I don't think it's Ellis. That defibrillator Randall grabbed is a Chekhov's gun. We have to see it again. Yeah, Samuel, that could be a Chekhov's gun. We might see that thing again. They do have that defibrillator. It could revive the person. Right. Tabitha, no, I can't. Don't touch me. Oh, NSB. I'm sorry I keep calling you NSB. You're Akshita, right? I'm just afraid of like butchering the pronunciation of your name. Okay, you're saying I honestly love all the guessing here. Thank God they didn't reveal who is getting the CPR. Oh, yes, thank God. Finally, we have something we can theorize about. They didn't just give away the game like they usually do. Thank you, MGM. Maybe they actually listened to us. God, I was so mad that they revealed the man in yellow eating organs and that Julie went back to the massacre time in story walking. And God, what else did they reveal? I forget. They revealed way too much, but that was the biggest thing. Even Jane said no in episode 5. Yes, he did. Yeah, the timing would match if let's see, if Donna dies. Okay, but she's dying in, okay. Daryl thinks she's dying in episode 8. Recon says Henry finds out Tabitha is his wife and overdoes the Viagra. That's great. Yeah, I need to go to bed. That's true. I'm very tired. But actually, what I really have to do is do a little exercise and then go to bed. But either way, I am very tired. Adil says, I think it is Fatima getting the CPR. Looks like her room, too, where she is making the Gollum. Oh, okay. To me, it kind of looks like the downstairs in Colony House, but I could be wrong. Maboose defib machine. Oh, yeah, I remember it said Maboose on it. Stacy, yeah, if Sophia brings the dead back, then it'd be diabolical. Right? Oh, my God. She could get so many people following her and just doing whatever she says. If she did that, she could be like this antichrist figure raising the dead. Oh man, that would be nuts. God, I am so overtired right now. I don't know if I can exercise. I think I might just have to go to sleep. Usually I do a treadmill walk after one of these streams, but I am exhausted. And SB says, definitely not Ellis. Fatima is in the seat and she would be by his side. Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't have even put him in the poll. Daryl says, I'm going to go with my gut and say it's Patty. Yeah, it would be just so like the show to make someone seem like a jerk and then kill them off with a red shirt that we didn't even know about before. Bill says, Randall, Patty, Clara, or Bacta. Okay. Incognito says, Patty will say Tabby is a witch, kind of, possibly leading to the town, hunting Tabitha and Jade. Just an idea. Ooh, witch hunt time. I could totally see that happening. There's so much biblical stuff in this show. Patty Melt could need CPR after her incident in the woods. Patty Melt. Oh, I love that, Sam. That's amazing. Patty Melt. Yes. Gollum took Fatima's life force. Maybe Laura. You never know if she loses hope and gives in to fear, then the Gollum could turn against her. But I think it's probably going to come to life later in the season and be a good thing. All rooms upstairs, but can't tell which floor in the scene. Right. Okay, so you think this is an upstairs room. Stacy says, like the Antichrist. Yes. Oh, yeah. Lucas says, Tabitha's reaction is making me think it's Donna, but I don't want to think it's Donna. Yeah, Lucas, I think it's Donna. J. Ohio, Sophia doing the midnight mass. Bill, plot twist. Fatima becomes the Gollum. Ooh. Is that the wallpaper of Donna's room? Let me go back a little bit in the trailer. J. Ohio says, I called her Peppermint Patty some more. Patty Crispy Face. Sam said, I stole that one from Bill earlier in the stream. Patty Melt. Oh, and Bill got it from someone else. Patty Melt. I liked Krabby Patty too. Somebody said Krabby Patty. Daryl says, I think Patty starts talking about Tabby being sus, and then maybe Sophia poisons Patty to make Tabby look bad. I could totally see that. You know, like, she's going to start doing shit and get people blamed for things they didn't do. Like Sarah, for example. Sorry, Daryl, but it's probably going to happen.
Is there anything else you can remember about her? I can try.
No, boss.
Come on, stay with me.
Wait, it's not gonna work.
Don't you do that. with me.
Huh.
I can try. No, boss.
It looks like it could be a bedroom.
Stay with me. Wait, it's not gonna work. Don't you do this.
Wait a minute. Did I see a bedpost?
Is there anything else you can remember about her? I can try. No, boss.
Wait a minute. Yeah, that looked like a bedpost. Let me go back. Let's go back.
Anything else you can remember about her? I can try.
What's that behind Marielle? I think that's a landing, not a bedpost. I think that's the stairs. So that's the upstairs. That's the upstairs landing. Yeah, Stacy, it's the landing outside Donna's room. Yep. Crispy Patty. He is Patty. Oh, yeah. I would love it if it's just Patty, but I'm afraid it's probably Donna. David says, I can try, then heart attack. Oh, you think maybe it's Victor? Shit. Maybe the man in yellow just gives him a heart attack. Sophia somehow. Why? It's not going to work. Medical personnel should not be giving up. Maybe Christy and Marielle already tried. That's a hallway looking more like Fatima. Yeah, that's definitely a hallway. That's an upstairs landing. Yeah, that's right, Bill. They must have already tried, and Boyd is stepping in like, "Oh no, I'm not giving up." And he's like refusing to let this person die even though they're already dead. That's what it looks like is happening. They've already tried and they're like, Boyd, it's not going to work because the person's already dead. There's no pulse. The only thing they could do is if they had the defibrillator handy, they could try to shock the person back to life, but some idiot stole the ambulance and they had to blow out the tires, so nobody can get the ambulance there quickly now in an emergency to get that defibrillator there. Yeah, it looks like somebody's dying. And in the title of episode 7 is The Best Laid Plans. Maybe they lay someone to rest. I heard somebody in a live chat say that recently. Jay Ohio says, I thought Fatima's Gollum had lathe on the walls, not wallpaper, and behind Maria looks like a landing stair banister. Yes, it does. So this isn't Fatima's Gollum room. This looks like the hallway. See you, Recon. Thank you for being here. See you next live stream. We'll probably be doing the next one Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Losing a wife like himself. This would end Ellis if it's Fatima. Oh, yeah, Bill. It definitely would. Laura says maybe Smiley's connection to Fatima took her out. It could potentially take her out, ultimately. It could. See, I love how... See what happens when a trailer doesn't spoil too much? We can actually guess what's going on. We can theorize instead of just saying, oh, wow, look what's going to happen in the next episode, and feel like we've already seen most of it when it airs. Sandy thinks it's Donna, too. Jay Ohio says, if no pulse, no heartbeat. You only defib when heartbeat irregular, erratic, not when there's no heartbeat. False TV trope. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've only seen these TV tropes that are like, oh, okay, let's shock you back to life because there's no pulse. Stacy says, based on Donna's spiel to Tabby, she's likely going to do something to protect one of the Matthews family, I think. So maybe not Sophia. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she's probably going to try to do something, I would think. Like, I could see her potentially volunteering to help with Jade's plan, maybe. The critics' trailer showing a body burning in front of the colony house gave it away. Damn trailer. A body burning. Shit. But why would they burn the body? I saw that too. I forgot about that till now. Yeah, there's a critics trailer that does show them burning a body in front of Colony House. But I don't know why they would burn it. I don't. Maybe I'm just tired. Christy moved back, like she already tried. She moved back, like she tried. It's hopeless. The person is dead. And Boyd is like, no.
Stay with me. Wait, it's not gonna work. Don't you do this.
Yeah. It's probably Donna. My vote is that it's Donna. And then if we look at the episode descriptions and titles, let's just take a look at that before I close it down. I had my pictures open, but I don't know where it went. Just a sec. I've got to just mute so I can turn down the sound out here. Okay. So before I shut it down, let's just look at one more thing, which is the episode description. Let me see. Okay. So the episode description, it's called, so the title is The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. And Karl had a theory that that's referring to Donna, because Donna arrived there on a hunting trip with her sister. Her sister got killed as soon as she arrived, so therefore Donna is a lonely hunter. I think that's a great theory, and the title could be referring to Donna. When I look at what the book, The Heart is a Lonely Hunter, is actually about, I don't really see the connection to From. But the title, I could see that being Donna. And it says, Boyd and Jade find themselves at odds over whether or not they can trust the knowledge in Jade's head. Deeply troubling news from the settlement makes its way back to town. This airs May 31st. Then the next episode is called Best Laid Plans. What if that means laid to rest? Somebody dies, somebody's dead, and they're laying them to rest. Now this one, it has an episode description now. I just don't have it here, but it was listed on Rotten Tomatoes. Let me see. And then I do have to close it down after that. Let's see. Okay. Episodes. Oh, I hate when it does this. It's making me turn my ad blocker off. I thought I already shut it off for this site. Okay. Episodes. So, Best Laid Plans says, as Jade and Tabitha's troubling history is brought to light, things begin to unravel. Trying to actually pull up the whole synopsis, and for some reason it's not. It's not coming up. I guess it's trying to tell me you're diving too deep. Close it down for tonight. Okay, it's telling me things begin to unravel for another unknown resident, or for another resident in town. Boyd wants to test a dangerous theory. So it sounds like maybe somebody dying in episode 7 or in episode 6 makes Boyd spin out, and now all of a sudden he wants to test a dangerous theory. That's what happened when Tian Chen died. All of a sudden Boyd was spinning out, and now he wants to do something dangerous. So Boyd's going to go from telling Jade in episode 6, you want me to plan a suicide mission because of something you saw on a mushroom trip. And in the very next episode, now Boyd wants to test a dangerous theory. So it sounds like in episode 7, Boyd's going to get on board with Jade's dangerous theory that he thought was a suicide mission. Just like in season 3, after Tian Chen died, Boyd wanted to trap a monster because he was lashing out at what was happening. Anyway, thank you, Incognito, for being here. And have a great day. Appreciate you so much. All right. Yeah, who wants to be burned? Yeah. Daryl says the body burning might be a previous cycle, maybe. So you're thinking maybe it's not happening in this timeline, and Julie might see it in story walking. That could be. So NSB says Tabitha is in the room with them, so I'm guessing they all came back together. Otherwise, why else is she in the room? So my vote is with Donna. Makes total sense to me. Absolutely. Stacy says, I thought that body burning scene looked like a different time, in my opinion. Hard to say, though. I agree. I think it's probably a different time. Incognito also says could be a previous cycle. That could also show the repeating pattern. Daryl says better not be Acosta. Bill says we all miss the singing now. Aw, yeah. Yeah, I know. Incognito says being burned as the last wishes person. Bill says Hart, Donna, Patty, or Acosta. Daryl says the synopsis for all the episodes are out now. Yes, indeed, they are. So Daryl is saying, actually, I think Donna dies now. Or maybe Boyd believes Jade when he breaks through the wall. Or maybe he breaks the wall when Donna dies. Right, and he yells something in the critics trailer saying something like, what do you want from me? Or something, right? So this death must be personal for him. And he's close to Donna as a friend. Not Killer says, I came from a different live stream of From, and honestly, I love how you interact with all the theories and people. Glad I found this channel. Oh, I'm so glad you feel that way. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you found us too. I love interacting with everybody. This is why I do it. It's fun for me. I love it, developing theories as a group here, collaborating, sharing ideas. I like to treat it like a big conversation with you guys. Incognito says, likewise, Julie, you take care, please. I will. I promise. I promise. You take care too. Okay, so that is that. I think we have done enough for tonight. Again, 4.5 hours. That's not bad. I've been doing 7 hours on average, and now we can shut it down at 7 hours. I'm probably not going to be able to release a video today. I am way too tired to record my script now. So I think the theory video is going to have to come on Monday morning, I'm afraid. I'm just too damn tired. If I record it later today on Sunday, I'll release it tonight, Sunday night. So still keep an eye out. I might release it like Sunday afternoon or Sunday night or something. So we'll see. Just keep an eye out for that theory video. That will be the next one coming out. Maybe today. If not today, it will be tomorrow. Thanks, Daryl. I'm glad you had fun. Interaction, that's what makes you special, Julie. Thank you, Bill. I try. Yes, SL Rhodes. I'm going to get some rest now. And thank you for being here. Truly appreciate you. And you are welcome, Stacy. Much appreciated from down here in Australia. Cool, another Australian. We have a bunch of Australians. Lovely, lovely people here. And SB says, what movie are you going to stream on Monday? I'll see if I could join too. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, on Monday, we're going to do a live stream, but we were talking about doing a movie stream in the Discord sometime this week. So I will, once we figure that out, if I can coordinate that with somebody to do it, we will announce it in the Discord and tag everybody. So just watch for tags for everybody. And when we figure out what movie stream we're going to do in the Discord, that's where I'll announce it. But Monday, I think we're going to do a live stream here on YouTube. You're welcome, Bill. Thank you for being here. You have given me some inspiration. Oh, I'm so glad. Well, I'm going to rest now. Thank you for being here, Lucas. You know, which genre? I don't know. I'm going to personally think I'm going to request like a sci-fi movie, I think. I like sci-fi, horror, that kind of thing. That's what I would like to watch. Or either that or something in, mysterious, kind of in the same vein as From. So I want to look for something to watch like that because we're missing some From this week. So we need something that's in the same vein. So that's what I would like to watch. I'm going to try to find a movie like that to stream. David told me about a movie that came out this year that's similar to From. It got some pretty bad reviews, though. So I'm going to have to look into that and, make sure it's not a dud before I pick that one. Total Recall is an excellent movie. Yeah, Total Recall is a good one. We could watch that. That's one of Karl's favorite movies, actually. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll in the Discord and see what people would like. Okay, guys. Thank you so much again. Love you all. And I will see you guys on the next stream or in the Discord. Bye, NSB. You take care too. Have a good day or a good night wherever you are. David says, do not enter. It isn't a great movie, but it follows the same journey and is kind of meta. Okay, that's the one I was thinking of that you said was similar to From. And I looked it up and I was like, oh, the reviews overall on Rotten Tomatoes are not great. So that worried me. But if it's similar to From, I'm willing to watch it. Like that's enough to make me want to watch. So yeah, I will. I'll watch the preview for that and see if I think it's worth it. So anyway, love you guys. Thank you so much. See you next time. Keep an eye out for those videos. I promise they're on the way. First one either today or tomorrow. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Bye, guys. See ya.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it, slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think think the trees are spies? Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues, spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views, got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat, every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps, cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the clout.
They don't die like us.
I forgot to end the poll. Hold on. Wait a minute. I didn't end the stream yet because I forgot to end the poll. Dumb. Oh my god. I'm going to end the poll. So for those of you who stay till the very end, you get to see what the poll result was. Why do I do that? I hate when I do that. Okay. So let's see what the poll result was. The poll on who's gonna die in the trailer. Let's see. Let's see. What is the point of doing polls if you're not going to remember to actually say what the hell the poll result was? Like, what the fuck? Duh. Okay. So the poll says Henry 48%, Donna 33%, other specified in the chat 14%. So 14% thought other, and Ellis 5% out of 21 votes. Clearly, I am so tired and full of brain fog. Even when I'm not this tired, sometimes I forget to actually end the poll and announce the result. Duh. Okay, so I say it's going to be Donna. We will see soon enough. Don't rush it. I know it sucks having a week without From, but before you know it, the season will be over and you'll wish we were not done with it yet. So let's just take the time and enjoy theory crafting. So anyway, now I'm ending it for real. Have a good day or a good night, my friends. Love you all. See you next time.